Welcome to the Garena.
Let's go to all of our viewers. Welcome to the watch party of Garena Survivors 2, day number 2. Group A of the semi-finals, and right now we will be definitely seeing again who will be dominating for this match. Okay, but then let me just check this one. Hi. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is Colicx Gaming, your host for tonight's watch party of Garena Survivors 2. And all right, before anything else, let's move in to the game. No, not the game. To the casters. Let's go.
Is a little bit disappointing from those that promise a lot out there in the battlefield. Hopefully today we will see more from them.
Bakit orange silang dalawa?
The DAO Phoenix, they have actually caught me off guard. Their performance out there on the battlefield is quite shocking, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the previous HE Phoenix, the aggressiveness that they have from the previous season, really are still showing and improving in this game. And this is what really happens when you improve and learn from any mistakes that they've done, and that is being shown right now. Going in for second, Team DAO, ENE Phoenix right now on their way to that top spot.
Ayun.
You know, in terms of what was shocking in terms of their performance yesterday was not just their placement points that they were pulling away, but the dominance through their kills. And that consistency, if drags on into day number 2 as well, will truly make them one of the hardest hitters of the competition that will be not easy to stop at all. But taking a look at the tournament format that we have got in store for you guys, we have a overall 16 teams for the finals. How do we get there? We started off with the semifinals first with 32 teams broken into 2 groups. So for the first 3 days, what you will see is Group A going into battle. So today is day 2 for Group A, and tomorrow will be the final day of battle. And the top 8 will proceed on to the grand finals. The exact same thing happens for Group B as well. 3 back-to-back days of trials through semifinals. Each and every single day is FPP. No room for TPP in here, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we talked about this. We're in TPP really provides a different advantage when it comes to the battlefield, and FPP we discussed this from the previous season. It changes the gameplay of the teams when it comes to FPP. It's more challenging for them. It's more slow paced, and I think having all FPP, they will be challenged as well, and they really need to make sure that they practice FPP all the way.
Yeah, and you can look at this from a negative viewpoint, or you can look at it from a positive viewpoint. A negative viewpoint would be, why do we even want FPP? Everybody's used to TPP. Why can't we just give the audience, give the players what they truly want in those games? But if you look at it from a positive point of view, they are getting ready for the world stage. If you look at the global scene, they are more attracted to playing Call of Duty Mobile on FPP. So if you are preparing yourselves at Garena Survivors in itself, going through each and every single one of these matches against the best of the best, when these teams move on to the global scene later on, it will be easier for them to conquer. Not saying that VAGABONDS Esports haven't already proven their worth out there against all of the other regions, but this is going to prepare all of the other teams apart from VAGABONDS Esports, because from what we have truly realized now, Neptune, VAGABONDS Esports, they are in a league of their own.
Yeah, I mean, they're a real league of their own, and it's very difficult to say if someone can catch up to this team, like showing their performance in all FPP, and they're still the same as what we've seen from the first season, and even from the previous tournament that they jumped into. So,
Ay! Yeah, mamaya natin sila pakinggan. Anyways, to all of our viewers, again, hello, welcome to the stream, welcome to Colicx Gaming, welcome to Paramount Gaming Esports, on to our Facebook page, YouTube, and Twitch. And so sa mga viewers natin dyan, please do like and share the stream. Again, this is day number 2 of the semifinals of Garena Survivors 2, and let's see who will be having a dominating game for this match again. And so we do have here Catherine Mendez. Hi, Nak. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to Colicx Gaming. And sa mga dumadaan sa ating stream, sa ating page, hello, welcome to the stream. We have Marian Maniago. Thank you very much for the heart. Lawrence Paul de Torres for the heart. Thank you very much. Ba't ganyan ang filter nila? May napindot lang ako. Anyways, moving into Paramount Gaming Esports page, Facebook page, we have Ramney Lawrence supporting 432. Thank you very much. We also have A.M. Adam for the heart. Same with the Janwen Berganyo. Kent Timagos for the heart. Thank you very much, guys. All right, so right now, they are currently discussing the prize pool that we have for Garena Survivors 2. Again, this is day number 2 of our semifinals. Hello, Colicx Tiger, coming from Vienna Gaming in the house. Thank you very much, Abby. But let's hear our casters. We have Mustachio and Bus GG.
Yeah. They also in here for the prestige because they are here to bring in the legacy, and the way they take that for each round will be the placement point that we have right now. It's still the same. 10 points for the winners and -4 for the second up until the 7 and 8, where it comes down to 1 point. Unfortunate for the 9 to 16, 0 points. And we've seen a lot of that from day number 1. And they just need to catch up on the kill points. But from what we've seen so far, not a lot from the bottom half of each round is getting that much kills as well.
Not at all, man. And you know, this is exactly where your skills in Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale will truly be put to the test, because you can't really lean on placement points anymore to shoot up to the top. I mean, kudos to Garena Call of Duty Mobile, the esports segment, especially to the one and only Silver, for making this so much more competitive, right? First of all, we reduced it from 25 teams to just 16 teams in each and every single rounds, which means the number of engagement we see out there in such a fast-paced game drastically reduces.
10 points pala yung winner. Kala ko 15. But anyways, like and share nyo live ng tatay ko. Ayan. Sige. Anak ko. Thank you very much, Kat. Anicod M. Pakisapwet. Ay, ba't naman may ganun? Thank you very much for tuning in the stream, for the heart, and for the share as well. Again, this is a watch party of Garena Survivors 2. Day number 2 of our semifinals. Group A pa lang tayo. Your voice like a midnight DJ's voice. The one you wanna hear to soothe the mood, coming from Vienna. DJ Wannabe. Good luck to all of the teams. BB, bring it home, coming from Natalie Marcel. Let's go.
Esports in that number 1 slot, as they deserve to be. Riley Esports in second, Rivalry Esports, the third team to make it through. And these numbers do not represent their actual slots in the game in itself. We will, just run through the teams first. But NRX 420, a little bit of spotlight once again. Not really their best showing on day number 1. Hopefully we see more out of them tomorrow. Team Dow VITAS, on the other hand, had quite a bit of fantastic plays yesterday, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, this is more of the most wanted VITAS that we like to see. But the aggressiveness that they're putting on in the start of the game, especially with Meow, like perfecting the Jackal gameplay in the start of the game, really providing a lot of information for the team. And at some point, I think that is one of the downfall in one of the rounds as well from NRX 420, because the draw points that they have is quite near to them. But with that Jackal, that is the only guy that we saw take the Jackal in play.
Yeah, absolutely, man. GGT Esports Team Dow.
Hey, Marie Jasmine Riliera. Thank you very much for the heart and for the share as well. Thank you very much. Andy Goddam for the notify on the Paramount Gaming Esports page. Thank you very much.
Out there on the battlefield, and if there are 3 teams that I want to see more out of today, it's going to be NICAEA Falcons, SDPH Vicious, as well as SIGRA KRONUS. In the qualifiers, they have shown us their quality, they have shown us what they can do, but on day number 1, just like NRX Philippians.
So what? Thank you very much for the like. Welcome to Colicx Gaming.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm really hoping that some of the teams are just taking that first day jitters. You know, like, yeah, we know that it's just the FPP all the way. And I know they practice, they put in a lot of effort in studying how to work hard on FPP. But against pro teams right here, it's sort of a little bit more difficult, especially on the tactics from ranked games to competition. So hopefully for those running scrimmages as well as tournaments, many tournaments compared to this one, they can also run it on all FPP, so that a lot of teams will be able to experience that, like how these players, pro players, are doing it.
Yeah, I mean, if you...
Hi, Daddy Mustacho. Hi, Daddy Gentleman. My daddies.
Doesn't mean if you're playing TPP, you've got eyes on the back of your head. You still need to rotate around. It's just the viewing angle is just a little bit more limited, right? And that isn't going to be a huge problem, especially for the players on Garena. I mean, the movements and the speed of movement really beats whatever negative, residual impact from the change from TPP into FPP. But what truly makes them move out of their comfort zone is the fact that most of them have almost always dedicated their time to playing this on TPP. And that's exactly how Garena Survivors seems to be throwing them off of their gameplay a little bit. But if you want to be the best, if you want to dominate the rest, you have to be like VAGABONDS Esports. You have to prepare for days like this in advance. You can't just jump into the competition and then head on in there for those FPP plays, right? All of those preps, all of those preparations needs to be solidly built way before the competition. And that's the main reason as to why VAGABONDS Esports seems to be so dominant. But HE Phoenix in the past, Team Davao, ENE Phoenix now seems to be bringing out those dominant plays as well. And once again, truly shocking improvement coming forth from this team, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with Merc and Sukrin, they're providing a lot of rush gameplays. Yeah. It's very difficult to take them down easily, plus the backup that they have. But I think we're about to see a lot more from all of these teams right now. But
here we go for our first match of the game, jumping into isolated, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's see if VAGABONDS Esports will still be dominating day number 2 of our semifinals on Group A, because last time that we have seen them really prove their skills into the game. So let's see. Let's go.
Take that challenge, but if none, then I think VAGABONDS Esports are still on their way, maintaining that number 1 spot.
And whoever who bothers or who dares to step into the compound of VAGABONDS Esports, they better count on Lady Luck, mostly because it doesn't really matter how weak VAGABONDS Esports is at that early game, because you yourself put yourself into a 50% chance, right? You don't know what sort of loot you're going to be able to get. You don't know if or not you're going to be able to pick up the guns that you're truly comfortable with. I mean, the worst thing that could happen is you hop on into battle, you take a hot drop against VAGABONDS Esports, and the first gun that you pick up is a sniper. Close range combat, VAGABONDS Esports. On the other hand, I think they'll just melee you to the next round, man. And you're gonna hope and pray that the rest of your team members pick you up. But jokes aside, I have a feeling that all of the teams have found a little bit of contentment for their plays yesterday already, right? In terms of having the first day jitters, in terms of finding their drop spots, day 2 should be a little bit more slower, or at the very least, I hope it is, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it might be slow, but I think there's still some teams who, despite of failing on a battle that they, early engagement, because if I'm not mistaken, Riley Esports and the NICAEA Falcons are still dropping in overgrown. So the challenge that the NICAEA Falcons are putting in against Riley Esports has not been working for them that much. It's just feeding off some points to Riley Esports. So hopefully they can take a different point of approach when it comes to the drop, and then later on, it's a lot more that they can choose in there for the airdrops or for the drops that they can take. But most of the teams prioritizes on the snowy area because it's so bored in the choppers that is in there for the mobility. The challenge engaging one team early in the game. I think that is smart for them. But here we go. Switching the challenge there. NRX 69 going into the fight. And this is against Team Dow, E Phoenix.
I like that move from the rewind class, just teasing them, hitting that rewind and getting right back up in the air. But the next spot that he lands is 180 degrees behind them, right? So E not going to be able to get anyone down and out just yet. NRX 69, they escape with their lives, man, because going up against SIGRA so early on in these rounds, it's not going to serve anyone up well at all. And I like NRX 69 as well, playing the game of safety. Initially, they were going to try to loot up that area, but spotting those players early just gives them that idea that, nope, this is not a fight that you really want to be taking super early on. But of course, moving on through 64 players that hop on in, we still have got 64 players alive and kicking. Like I said, the slower pace of day 2, something that I'm definitely looking forward to. And hopefully it stays this way all throughout the 6 rounds. Because Neptune, this is something that the teams really have to take advantage of. A fast-paced gameplay of Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale, slowed down to a pace where they can make sure they are ready for that battle. So you really have to focus on looting up first before you get excited, before you try to, look for some kill points out there on the battlefield.
Exactly, and I think from the previous competition, especially for the previous season, that is what Vagabonds Esports has been showing already. We keep mentioning that they don't show up in any of the kill feeds, even on the map, even on the spectator that we have, unless they have a different team going against them. But the moment that they see that situation, they just pull out quickly because they don't want to
Jays Ortiz, hi boss. Thank you very much for tuning into the stream and for supporting 420 and Reagan Gaming. Let's go
into the safe zone, and I've seen how well the double sniper has been working for Vagabonds Esports. On the 3rd phase, moving forward, you have a smaller area where in the sniper have good enough visual, you can turn around and get information and position yourself wherein the other teams are not taking it. Then from there, if you have a high ground or slightly high ground, you can start the killing, and that is what we've seen so far from Vagabonds Esports.
Yeah, pick up all of those high ground, but before that, make sure you focus on your loots first. All of the teams doing the necessary, and obviously you want to get your skills upgraded as well before you head on into battle. So the first circle, as it closes on in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's going to be the marker, right? And for the activation of those chip activation terminals as well. But one dog tag out there on the ground. A little curious as to whether or not that dog tag is gonna result in the destruction of that whole squad, because it hasn't been picked up yet. We can see a few of these players just trying to gatekeep those dog tags as well. Merc from in front, ENE has got no business in here, and they back away now.
Yeah, and we just saw a glimpse of Meow just rolling around with the Jackal as NICAEA Phoenix was just hanging in there from this side and just waiting. And this is where the dog tags happen. It is GGT was able to go and take down a 1, but we'll have to find out because from the scene we have this SDPH Vicious, who have been or not been doing so well into the fight, going against the GGT, where in yesterday they took 1 win from this battle, and I think this is a chance for GGT. The well they positioned themselves, stick together. That is the key for the gameplay. And unfortunately, Yo has been taken down in there. SDPH was able to get information now, but this might be trouble if they stick in together in here, because grenades will be coming in, AJ.
Yeah, smart play with the smoke, so they get to pick up the heat without really risking their life away now, taking that high ground. But no backup just yet, so he cannot get overexcited. King trying to hold on to the perimeter of this equation. Shea Beauty drop down onto the ground. You cannot take off a PBSA player in that way. But SDPH leading up house. GGT only a minute or now to depend on. He recovers a little bit of his armor, but the timing is off, and GGT, they get dropped.
Yeah. sticking in one compound, that is the success of JGT from yesterday. And I think SDPH has managed to understand the flaw of that situation. Yes, you might be trapped as you go in onto those openings, but at this point, they prioritize first in getting the kills, the distraction of having to pick up that member, plus the grenades that they put in there just to ramble for GGT to scramble and miss a lot of those shots. That's where the SMGs has been put into use.
Yeah, what I didn't like about GGT's play was, first of all, good defensive play with that smoke. But what Dinosaur needed to do at that point was to back away first, find a safer spot before he uses his armor. His position clearly was known to SDPH. He knew that too, but he still insisted on recovering his armor first. If you really want to play the game of survival, especially when you're the final player left in the game, you have to get as far away as possible from your opponents. And SDPH already had the area stomped down. So, a very, very bad decision-making there from the players of GGT, especially Dinosaur. Hopefully, we can see a little bit of improvement later on in round number 2. But for the time being, the action, of course, goes on to continue. GGT, the first team to get eliminated, and that actually took about 9 minutes overall. So I'm still liking the pace, and hopefully the decision-making can be improved a little bit later on here, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. If I would suggest one thing for them is try a 3-1 approach that we've seen so far. They can still stick into the compound, but whoa, the battle continues right now, and Meow finally being taken out from that Jackal, AJ.
But the Jackal did try to tease them up a little bit first. Now in the vehicle, Most Wanted manages to drive away Riley Esports. The aggression is just absolutely perfect, but not a lot of those players have got the advanced armor overcharging here. And that's something that they definitely need to aim for, right? Maybe head on into some of those high-tier zones, or even hit a couple of those ad drops that will be on their way in a little bit. VAGABONDS Esports getting caught in an engagement. Blue manages to get out of that sticky situation. And it's all about positioning as Navis now disengages. That dog tag is going to get scanned through. Nash on the way back already. And look at Blue, man, on the chase. F21 doesn't need to do much. Good rewind. Navis! But he has nowhere else to run as Blue still manages to catch him.
Yeah, I mean, with the usage of rewind class, it's more of the timing, knowing where that player will be coming from and timing it for the second that they can use that rewind. You can you can catch them on their heels. But this time, I think VITAS right now, this is Team Dow VITAS, who's putting a lot of pressure in a lot of teams. This is the second team that they challenge right now, and I think they don't know that this is VAGABONDS Esports. The response would be for VAGABONDS Esports to fight back, but I don't think that will be happening soon. The getaway might be happening in a few seconds, as well as like cautiousness for the side of Wanted. But there you go, the long distance coming from 0-1. Oh, but a takedown against him as well from behind, and we'll have to find out how much more pressure can VAGABONDS Esports take from this team of VITAS.
And Most Wanted on the back, VAGABONDS Esports, I believe they have got an opportunity to disengage here. They don't really need to attack. Open hill. Yes, VAGABONDS Esports, they are on the downside, but you are talking about the kings of this current lobby. VAGABONDS Esports, it doesn't really matter their positioning. They will still be able to slay. 41 seconds more to go for that revival flight. VAGABONDS Esports, they are down one man, so they are at a little bit of a disadvantage here, no matter what. Liuki on the way back. But look at VAGABONDS Esports, just scare away all of your opponents. Rival, who's forward, a little bit of a lag there seems to be in his favor. And Blue doesn't manage to nail him down just yet. A lot of time bought here by VAGABONDS Esports, Neptune, and that's perfect. Most Wanted hasn't taken advantage just yet.
Yeah, Most Wanted right now is going for the rush, and I'm looking forward to Wanted VITAS right here trying to take them down. They can try, but they need to stick together. The moment that they fall apart from their formation, they might be taken down by the snipers out there in the name of Nash. But Nash right now is in there, served as a distraction, and a hit from behind coming from Blue. And what a great gameplay that is, AJ. And the battle continues as one member from this team comes back, and this from Rivalry, and they will just be feeds in here for both teams.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. Meow just getting nailed down here by the one and only Blue from the side of Vagabonds Esports. It doesn't matter whether it's a secondary or a shotgun or a sniper in their hands. Vagabonds Esports eating up everybody. 7 kills so far. Yato trying to deliver more to the team. Finds the player from the side of Most Wanted, and he doesn't get away. Nash shuts down Jabi. Amazing plays by Vagabonds Esports, as expected, as usual. They continue to dominate here, Neptune.
I love how usually they stick together into one point, but they saw the position of Team VITAS at that point, and they counter it. Instead of sticking into one area, they flank them out, box them out, and get better angles from either side. The moment one goes down, that's when they rush in, and Vagabonds Esports are really blowing my mind right now.
Yes, they always do, right? E opportunity. SIGRA loses the one and only Bright. Not a Bright play coming through as he gets eliminated from the equation. The boys from E, one by one, they stack themselves up in those open grounds. Bobby, on the other hand, off screen, shuts down Wazy from the side of NRX 69. A little bit of NRX on NRX action going on, but out there on the battlefield, nobody are brothers. Everybody is my enemy as they need to get themselves up to the top. Soul, the next one, gets shut down by Raygun from afar. That AK-47 popping off in the current meta, and it looks like the boys of NRX 420 are back to their winning ways. Only 3 kills so far, and they need to bust through another 13 teams to get up to the very top here, Neptune, but it seems to be a good start.
Yeah, good start. Like 3 kills and third phase having all members. This is a good start for NRX 420, and they're still in the rush. I mean, I think they're getting the idea already. They had a meeting last night. They focus on what they need to do to take down anyone. And as you mentioned, regardless whether it's a brothers, they will be taken down and chased. And here comes Raygun going for the flank, getting information against NRX 69. But NEHEMIAH will not be surviving that, and we are now left with 1.
Oh, Raygun, amazing plays coming through as usual. But NRX 420, they need to prove themselves a little bit more, man. I mean, I really love this new setup. I really like the fact that, you know, Zeus has jumped into the squad as well. But the one guy that I'm missing from this OG squad is my boy Muska. If only he makes his comeback, Neptune, I think NRX 420 can truly shoot up to the top. But it is a matter of making those big decisions, right? You know, being a content creator or a pro player, it's two very different parts. And it looks like Mr. Muska doesn't really want to be a part of this party just yet, but I hope he changes his mind soon enough. Yell from up top, opportunity. Farmers won't be able to strike just yet as Marcury manages to shut down KPG, repositioned by PL only because he wants to play the game of defense, scan his boys right back through. Only Nix's dog tag has been picked up, but one is better than none as 8 more seconds through that revival flight will be passing over them. Zemiru will have to just wait a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of trouble for PL right there just in case he will be taken down. But as we talk about taking down, we have one of the NRX 422 has been taken down already. It's up to Zeus as well as to Pappy to fire back and to eliminate them. And there goes Dwayne out of the game. 3 kills already for Zeus and pick up just on the edge. This is a good play for them, staying into the edge, having time. But Blink will not be coming back because we are now in the 4th phase, coming into the 5th.
Yeah, that one was a little bit too risky of a play for me, if you ask, because Zeus should have popped his smoke first, has got 3 on hand, but decides to not use it. That could have just been a 2-shot shutdown. Zeus would have gotten taken out of the equation, leaving Pabi all alone in this matchup, right? And mistakes like that is going to cost NRX 420. They got very lucky in that situation here, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, knowing that Riley is just next to them, and I know they have the snipers already. This is one thing that teams usually utilize when it comes to the FPP mode. Yeah. And the snipers can give them information from afar. That is why Pabi is, like, they are aggressive with the approach because Pabi is providing those info for the rest of the teams. But I think the gameplay of NRX 420 will change, having 3 members to their side right now. And imagine, there's still 12 teams remaining at this point. And we're just coming in, or we're already coming in to the 5th phase of the safe zone, wherein later a lot of those engagement will be happening, and they need to secure a high ground, utilize the sniper for information, and probably get some kills in the process.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. You know, this is just day 2 vibes, right? Taking it slow, regardless of how fast that circle closes in, regardless of how much time they have left out there on the battlefield, especially because it is FPP. You want to take this as slow as possible. Guarantee yourself those positions before you take down any of those teams. Rush in it a little bit too fast now, especially in a situation where you cannot bring your players right back in through the revival flight. You will punished. But NRX 420 right in front of Vagabonds Esports, those that dominate this current lobby, will they be able to shut them down? FHJ being pulled out, no vehicles to be spotted by Zeus, spots Nash, but Nash just ducks behind the edge of that hill. Smart play coming through from Vagabonds Esports, no lock on, and NRX 420 just has to wait a little bit longer.
Yeah, and waiting is happening right now as Vagabonds Esports just waiting as to where the next phase of the safe zone will be coming in. Thus, they have been in their mobile, in their tracks, but a lot of teams already taking high ground. Thus, it may be difficult for them to get a good position. But good thing for Luki, he was able to get one from that ledge and a good cover on the left-hand side as well. And Blue will be following them on, and they will just gatekeep everyone from the edge of the safe zone, AJ.
Oh, Vagabonds just slaying one after the other. Sucre eats a nade from the one and only Blue. Fantastic plays as usual from Vagabonds Esports. 13 kills in here so far. They ain't slowing down. All 4 players fully charged up. They've got their armors all set. But Bobby ripping through the one and only Riley Esports from the back as well. That's the second kill coming through. It looks like Riley Esports are caught in the corner. Make that 3. Bobby on freaking fire. But Luki on the side of Vagabonds Esports, they're cleaning up house as well. 13 kills once again, not slowing down at all. Make that 14 as Luki manages to shut down VTAC. Vagabonds Esports preparing for that final battle, and it might just be against NRX 420. This is not the final one just yet. Good smoke from Reagan will protect them a little bit more. Vagabonds Esports, they don't have eyes. Juice out in the open. Double smoke setup. Saves NRX 420.
Yeah, the thing is, we have Blue, who is a sniper as well as a smoke bomber, and the smoke will not do a thing in there, especially when he pops it off, and there goes the pop off, and Blue might be feeding in on those kills. But Zeus, unfortunately, after taking that kill, will be taken down by Trece Gab, and Trece right now is providing to be a distraction in here from both NRX 420 as well as Riley Esports, and here comes Gab being taken down. Eliminated from this game is Trece Esports.
Final smoke there, played well by Reagan, manages to secure himself a little bit of cover, moves on in, gets that one final kill, but will he be able to find more? Nash backstab out of nowhere by D-Sync. No D-Sync right there. He was perfectly in sync, and now Vagabond Esports continue to struggle. Reagan doesn't have much of a armor on him anymore, manages to recover in the nick of time. Bobby still trying to snipe the players out of the equation. D-Sync moves on into the smoke on his own, and Vagabond Esports on the other corner. D-Sync smokes himself up just to protect himself for a little bit longer, and the breakdown of this battle between Vagabonds Esports and NRX 420 finally starts off, Neptune.
Yeah, looking at the position right now, Reagan is in not a good position, but Poppy with the support that he's giving with a sniper, like relaying that information as well as staying onto the edge of the safe zone. The same goes for Loki right now, and the split up is like not too distant compared to Blue, compared to what we've seen from NRX 420, because they want to stick together. At the moment that one will be hit, another will be firing back, but still this sync has not been taken down just yet, and it is now finally dying out of the zone. NRX 420 right now still being taken down, and Vagabonds Esports yet getting another win for day number 2.
You can get close, but we'll still shut you down, says Vagabonds Esports. Yeah, boy, I see you through that smoke, and you can be whoever you want. That AK-47 finally putting those final bullets into the chest of NRX 420. A little bit of a misplay by Reagan. I feel like they've already exhausted all of their defensive plays through their smokes, right? That's exactly how very essential are some of these tacticals in your arsenal. You cannot waste them for a couple of easy kills. You have to use them defensively at the right timing, and that's something that Vagabonds Esports did really, really, really well. But from the performance of NRX 420 yesterday and today, there is a world of difference, but that world of difference still does not take away the dominance that Vagabonds Esports brings into the competition, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely imagine. That is a total of 19 kills, if my math is correct. Very close to 20. And that is the highest that we have so far, even from like day number 1. That is the highest that we have so far for the Garena survivors. And like we mentioned, that they started off early and we challenged the teams to fight off Vagabonds Esports on early before reaching the mid phase. But regardless of that challenge, they have been challenged. They were able to get back up, far back, survive towards the end.
And that's the main reason when we were looking at the prize pool breakdown, I said that Vagabonds Esports technically have their badge stamped onto that #1 spot, onto the $10,000 already. Everybody else is just fighting for the best out of that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th spot, man. And it's going to take a lot to pull away the $10,000 from the hands of Vagabonds Esports, because this quality wasn't built in a day. This quality, this consistency has been built over the past few months, over the past few years. Vagabonds Esports showing us all exactly what true hard work can bring you and what true unity within a squad and how far it can bring you overall. But you know, as we continue to take this breakdown for all of the teams in here, we've got Vitality CL that manages to secure that 7th spot. They do get 1 placement point, but unfortunately nothing else from those skills. 8th spot, and this is the very last team that will be able to get any placement points for themselves, is the one and only ARMAMENT RODZINA Esports, with just that 1 point from placement and 1 point out of Nyx's skill. And when we move on to Team 7 here, Team Dow ENE Phoenix, overall 2 kills is a little bit surprising, Neptune, based on their performance at Isolated yesterday.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised as well. It's only MJ wherein we're looking for Merc and Sucre to really fire it on. I think the challenge on that Frigid Wetlands, and I think they changed their drop points as well. The challenge on that Frigid Wetlands by NRX XIII threw them off a little bit on how they approach all of the the loot zone that they will be passing by before getting into the next safe zone, as well as being in there on the estate trying to get their position. A lot of teams have already beat them to it because it's so far from the northern part of the map.
Yeah, SDPH Vicious living up to their brand's name, viciously assaulting a couple of teams before getting themselves taken out of the equation. But all of that aggression does have a huge price tag on it, right? You've got a price to pay, and that price is the risk of getting eliminated early. But thanks to their aggression, they've managed to pick up 8 points for themselves down at the bottom, which is actually quite a stellar performance for the side of SDPH. Hopefully, we can see all of that ferociousness, the viciousness displayed in that final circle instead of the early parts of the game later on. Because, you know, from round number 1, what I really loved about it was the pacing of all of the teams, the safe plays, moving on in, focusing on the loots. And one of the most important thing to loot up in Battle Royale in the current meta is those smokes. You've got your team stacked with smokes. You've got the defensive plays on your end. You're not going to have your opponents be able to snipe you from those long distance. They have to, you know, just shoot through the dark, perhaps waste a lot of time. And that drags a lot of information or drags a lot of teams towards them, because when you make a lot of noise in that final circle, you put yourself into a lot of trouble, right? So that's the kind of defensive plays that we need to focus on here in this day. But once again, man, SDPH earlier on, they shut down the one and only GGT, and Dana saw this was a little bit of a disappointing play from him.
Yeah, I mean, GGT, when we thought that they perfected the roam gameplay, wherein they just secure all the windows, but there's a lot more entrance in there compared to what we've seen from Blackout yesterday, wherein they got a lot of kills and also took the win in this game. So I think they need to focus more on the 3-1 split, or probably 2-2 split, just in case they want to take a compound and still provide a little bit of support from the back end, so that just in case, all of them will be taken out, similar to what we've seen earlier. There's still one who will be surviving, getting those dog tags.
Yeah, and I always love a little bit of smoke bomber play, right? It's just such an OP skill to have within the game. But when you lay down your own smokes, you kind of just confuse the heck out of the smoke bomber at the end of the day, which has to be one of the important plays. Because when the smoke bomber pops his smoke, you pop your own smoke behind that and just find a defensive spot for yourself. You get to outclass that smoke bomber. And that's one of the plays that we just haven't seen in true effect just yet. But with Vagabonds Esports, once again pulling a dominant win in this lobby to open up day number 2. Who else can we count on to continue picking up that number 1 spot? I really want to see if or not Group B has got anyone who will be able to show us the quality that they can take on VAGABONDS Esports and still survive at the end of the day, man.
Yeah, we'll have to see from Group B, because so far from Group A, like it's very difficult to see and say as well if there will be any team who might be able to challenge VAGABONDS Esports. But with the pop off of this game for NRX 420, I think they are on their way. But this, like looking at their position in that leaderboard, so long to travel through.
Absolutely right. And, you know, if you look at day number 1's performance, all NRX 420 needs to tell themselves is, if VAGABONDS Esports could pull off more than 100 points on day number 1, we can do the same on day number 2. But of course, that will equal them kind of bringing on the kind of dominance that VAGABONDS Esports has shown us so far. And I don't know, with the consistency that they showed us yesterday, if or not that will be possible. But it is a fantastic start to the day. Hopefully we get to see more out of them, as well as the other teams, and not just see one-hit wonders overall. This is day number 2, where teams are truly tested, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Neptune and I are going to take a quick short break. When we come back, round 2 commences.
Match number 1 is all down to, again, VAGABONDS Esports taking the win for the game. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, NRX 420 mukhang bumabawi for today's video with the 20 points on their name. But then again, let's see if that will be enough for them to at least go up into the leaderboards and qualify to the grand finals. Again, this is just the second day of Garena Survivors Season 2 semifinals. And but then again, to all of our viewers watching the stream, hello, welcome to the stream, welcome to Colicx Gaming, welcome to Paramount Gaming Esports on YouTube, welcome to our Twitch, and definitely on YouTube account. So, and Calvin Bernardo, hello my bro. Welcome to the stream. Basic lang daw, sabi ng VB. Grabe naman yun. Basic is real, coming from Romir Legaspi. Let's go. T.E.A.M. Dan Mar Vargas in the house. Thank you very much for the heart. Same with Wiz Bebe. Sana all my bebe. Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for the like. Again, to all of our viewers, match 1 is done. And VAGABONDS Esports again proving that they are the kings of isolated. Woo! J.O. Reyes for the heart. Hello guys, welcome to the stream. Welcome to Colicx Gaming. And so, we just had a break, no? So, kanina pinapanood natin, ang ganda na, actually maganda yung plays nila ngayon. We have seen some minor adjustments coming from our teams from day number 1. Definitely NRX 420 from another point. They moved into nuclear plant. Let's see if doon ulit sila magdodrop for the next game. Gusto ko lang ng bebe huhu. Alam mo, Lawrence, pag nag-live ako, Lawrence, marami dyan. I mean, pag nag-live ako ng laro, yeah, marami dyan. Let's go, big shout out to J.O. Reyes. Jumping into my stream, Colicx Gaming, let's go. Alright. Tingnan natin. Alright, so we do have 2 minutes to talk while naka intermission video si Garena. Yeah. But anyways, I mean, hindi pa natin actually mamaya makikita natin yung leaderboards from day 1 to day 2. tingnan natin kung gaano kataas ang itataas ng points ng NRX 420. I do see a lot of um, trash talks na naman. Trash talks na naman saan ba? Sa main page ng Call of Duty Mobile. So to all of our viewers, you can invite your friends into the watch party. And di naman ako nagsasalita habang game, so di naman kayo madidistract. Yan, sama-sama tayo manood. Okay, and definitely, kung ayaw nyong makakita ng mga hate comments, trash talks and all sa main page of Call of Duty Mobile, you can also jump into ARMAMENT Gaming, Colicx Gaming, and if I'm not mistaken, may mga streamers din tayong naka-stream. Yan. See you soon, bro. Movie tayo sa Discord. Oy, o ba? Bukas maglalaba ako. So hindi ako free bukas. Sa susunod na araw pwede siguro. Pero basta ano lang, hapon. Kasi gabi, syempre naka-watch party tayo kay Garena Survivors too. Hi, Boss JZ Barba and the house. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to Colicx Gaming, and thank you very much for the many shares. Hi, Bea. Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for the like. Alright, so match number 1. Again, sa mga kararating lang, match number 1 has been taken by, again, VAGABONDS Esports. But right now, balikan natin yung mga tatay natin, yung mga daddies natin into the stream.
I would say VAGABONDS Esports still dominating the scene, taking their 4th win of the semifinals. But I'm still looking forward to other teams move up. We're still on the caster desk. I am Neptune the Gemma Garcia. Together with me is the Mustachio AJ, bringing the action to you, to your screen, and a lot of action, really, I would say.
Absolutely, man. I mean, a lot of action, and we've been waiting for a long time for someone to challenge VAGABONDS Esports for their throne. And although NRX 420 have made it up to that final circle, I don't know if they are in a position to challenge any thrones just yet. Because one thing that VAGABONDS Esports has shown is consistency. Undying consistency from competition to competition to competition. And not only do they dominate MSP, they also go out there and dominate the whole of Garena. VAGABONDS Esports, they are the kings of Garena Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale, and they truly deserve that title, right? They are multiple times the champion of multiple competitions, and if NRX 420 wants to go back to their winning ways, wants to get a little bit of that glory back for themselves, they have to continuously prove themselves. They have to continuously bring in that consistency. And speaking of consistency, it's not just NRX 420 that we want that consistency.
Musicolics, ano ulit facecam mo? Logitech C922 Pro. C922 Pro. And Boss Barbs, thank you very much sa pagdaan. Samantha, Beatriz, Cuenca, and the house, thank you very much for the notify and for following the page for 624 days. Thank you very much, Bea. Ating subscriber. Thank you very much.
After round to stand a chance against a, I don't even know what sort of a title to give them against VAGABONDS Esports, man. I mean, they are monsters of COD and BR at the moment.
Yeah, monsters that you don't want under your bed or under your bridge or whatever. You don't want them near you.
You do.
Like, it's like the moment that you have them in there, like you might not be scared, but later on in a few seconds, you'll be down and out.
Oh, yeah.
That is what VAGABONDS Esports has been showing. And like ENE Phoenix, they really need to move up because though they are on the 2nd place by the end of yesterday, we have yet to see them maintain that and bring a name, like a good name in there. We keep mentioning about Merc and SIGRA doing well from day number 1, but this time they didn't do it well. But speaking of points as well as what they gathered, we are going to see the leaderboards after that round number.
Mga bingili nga niyan, mukhang nakakapogi. Actually, Boss Barbs, ito na yung pinakamagandang camera na webcam. Ayan.
Points, 103 kill points overall. Right. This outshining.
So checking on to our leaderboards, this is the leaderboards from day number 1 to day number 2, match number 1 definitely. Sayang DQ 4K Sad Boy coming from Karen J. Paulo. Angelo Kyrie, napakahabang pangalan. Thank you very much for tuning in the stream. That is alright because we still have 4 Kings Aces who will be jumping into the game by next following days. Kasi nasa Group B sila. Hampasin ng leeg ni Don yung 4K sa finals. Sabi ni Romir Legazpi, oh my goodness.
It even outclasses Riley. It's close to what Dow is.
Kuya AJ and Kuya Neptune. When kaya si Kuya Colicx? Tingnan natin. Kinausap na ako ni Mustacho about dyan. Gusto niya rin ako makita dito. Definitely yung mga casters naman. Pero ako kasi, hindi ko na kasi nakikita yung sarili ko as caster. Pero tignan natin. Diba? Malay natin. Bumalik yung bumalik. Mas masarap ka daw, Kuya Barbs. Huwag kang papatalo. Kinyamatan. Ay, Ilocano ka pala, Marie Jasmine. Yan. Hello, Marie. Check mo Insta360 link. Ay, sige. Check natin yan, boss. Kaso, wala akong pera. Pero pwede natin check, diba? Check natin.
Going to be the true test of these teams overall. Let's hop on over to the right-hand side. Oh, what do we see here? We see that NRX 420 is no longer on that right-hand side. What a performance, and that performance has launched them all the way up into that number 8 spot. 23 kills, 11 placement points.
Basit lang po. Just a little.
Truly get resurrected. Today is the day.
Mahal masyado pero high-tech. Ay,
like I've already focused
nako yan.
on.
RGB ba yan, boss?
It's not performance, but it's the consistency of performance. And NICAEA Falcons, on the other hand, they just need to bring in any sort of performance, man. I mean, at this point, I'll take anything, even if there's no consistency from them.
Yeah, I mean, the KRONUS Falcons, I think the approach they're doing compared to their brothers of EAE are different. They are not that aggressive, and the positioning wise, they mostly fail. Most of the time, they fail the position that they're taking and challenging different teams and not really prioritizing on objectives. So hopefully they can focus on objectives, because that is the early phase of this game, and it's good enough that it takes 9 minutes, if not 10, for everyone to start engaging. Plenty of time for them to get all those loots, as well as prioritize on getting upgrades, as well as what they need to arm up themselves when a battle ensues.
And, you know, in terms of going out there and putting on your best, it's not just a matter of all of these players giving their best, right? It's all about the fans who are in support of them as well. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have match number 2. Let's see if Vagabonds Esports again will be having a W back-to-back win on game number 2.
But what's more important than your support for your brand, what's more important than your support for your own team, is your support for the health of our community as a whole. So for all of those who are, you know, deciding to take a very toxic approach in the comment section, please refrain from doing so, and make sure you show your brothers a lot of love, man, because what goes up must come down. If you're salty on the way up and on the way down, it will truly burn, because all of that salt will end up getting into your wounds as well. Don't you think so, Neptune?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like what I usually say to some of the people that I talk to when it comes to toxicity, let's just make kindness louder. And that will be a different story for everyone. It will bring up everyone instead of putting one down.
Amen. I love that point, man. You know, you have to focus on the positive side. And even if, as a fan, if you are coming up against other toxic people, what you do reflects your brand. How you act reflects on the team that you support. So you can say that another team may be toxic, but show them the kind of love that the supporters of your particular brand can bring into the comment section. And together, we will all succeed, just like how Paul shut down the player with such ease. Paul now, armor broken, backstep by Bear, just a little bit too good, but Phaeton from the back manages to equalize his Bear, and Paul, as he continues to bleed out on the ground, Phaeton alongside Jesuo just clean up house, Neptune.
Yeah, well, Paul and Jeswo combination coming from B Esports are really popping up right now in Vitality CL. And this is something that we didn't see yesterday from the gameplay that they have. And I'm looking forward to them. But who they take out is really not that much of a threat. I'm not putting NICAEA Falcons down with the performance that they're putting up in this game. Like, they need to choose the battle. They need to position themselves so that they have good advantage before rushing in. What I saw in there is just rush in, try to get the kills, and then later on trade your life. And the moment that you don't position yourself well, all of those lives will be left, and the opposing team will just be scanning dog tags if in case you make a kill.
Yeah, and you have to learn from your mistakes, man. More than anything else, if there's nothing else you do in the competition, you at the very least have to learn from your mistakes. I mean, how many times have we seen them go down in that fashion? A little bit too many times, if you ask me. So they just have to learn from their mistakes. They have to learn from all of those wrongdoings out there on the battlefield and just continuously adjust their play style round after round. We don't expect them to dominate the lobby just yet, but we do expect to see better engagements overall. And if you know you are not a team that can sustain with such aggressive battles, such aggressive fights, disengage as quickly as you can. Focus on the loots, focus on all of those tacticals that you can play so that you can get away from your opponents. Focus on picking the right classes so that you can go in for a more defensive play rather than an aggressive play. And that's something that I don't really see the teams doing so much out there, right? I mean, you see a very basic setup coming through from a lot of them, and most of those styles are very aggressive. You've got the smoke bomber, you've got players playing that rewind, and the rewind class is supposed to be a very defensive class, but a lot of the Garena players, they use it for offense, right? They just run into the opponents and then hit that rewind, but you're not going to get lucky all the time, man. Sometimes that rewind class can really catch you off guard, especially when you get your front attack stormed down by your opponents. You haven't really covered much ground. No matter how many times you hit that rewind, you're just going to rewind a couple of steps back, and that's overall not going to do you a lot of favors at all.
Yeah, definitely. And guys, for those of you in here, viewers who are wondering what we're talking about in game, it's a good thing. I'm really happy on what developers have done, breaking down all those classes into different categories, and that will give you an idea on how to justify the class that they're using, if it is effective or not, whether you're going for the aggressiveness or the defensive. And that is what you need to look into, especially with the teams, the pro teams who are winning. Look at their class and then go back and what their class or their category is, because that will give you an idea on what classes wins games.
Good play by Wise there. And yes, I do agree with you. And in terms of the classes that win games, you really can't. One big thing that I learned recently, right, Neptune, is a lot of the people in the world, they are good followers, and in terms of managing to work your way up to the top.
Hi, Patrice. Patrice Magbu. Hello.
Which kind of just leads us down to, distress at the end of the day, right? You have to pave your own way. You have to learn from the very best, and you have to understand as well that what works for them sometimes, most of the time actually, might not work for you. You have to find exactly what favors you. And Meow, what a barking, he just jumps on straight for the fight. This guy, if he escapes from this situation alive, I will be truly shocked. But Meow, you little kitty cat, you may have 9 lives, but you are surrounded. Dinosaur from up top, Meow on the way to getting shut down. He has got nowhere else to run.
Yeah, but before he did that, he got 2 kills, so 3 kills in there on this fight. And I think it suits the name. 9 lives for Meow in there, just jumping in there and still landing on his feet, while the rest of the teams are just here to watch and back them. And as you can see, it is Kuzma who has been taken down first, and Meow was the one who stepped into that fight early. Now we'll have to find out how can they defend themselves in this battle, because most wanted VITAS right now is having trouble, especially with safe zone onto them and a lot of teams closing by. They need to get cover, if not get away quickly.
Legit, Meow is now my most favorite Pusangala out there on the battlefield. No doubt whatsoever, man. But you know, one final play kind of makes a little bit of a mistake, gets caught out by a Jack. Jack gets turned into a dog tag. Back up from the rest of his team members doesn't seem to be as easy as SDPH wants to secure this compound. 2 players to pick up, and Flux, no defensive plays whatsoever because he's not really worried about his perimeters. He's already cleared out his opponents. He can go ahead to pick up the rest of his team members. King a little bit too far from the rest of the team, and Vagabonds Esports on the way to annihilate NRX 69.
NRX 69 right now covered in smoke, and they will be rushed right now. And this is like a different approach coming from Vagabonds Esports. Usually they wait for the perfect moment, but there's no waiting in there. They want to get a lot of kills right now because probably it's the threat that they've seen from round number 1 that they want to stack up on the kills just in case later on they will be taken down on the placement. They still have a lot of points to gather later in this game.
Nash not punished. Good play with the rewind off screen. BBK managing to shut down a player from the side of KKPG. Vagabonds Esports, they spread out. And it looks like Nash has got his eyes on something. My question is exactly what is that thing? Nowhere else do we actually see a point of contention. No airdrop around the vicinity. It's all about that high ground gameplay coming through from Nash, getting all of that bird's eye view, making sure the area ahead of them is clear before moving on in for a shutdown. And that's what puts Vagabonds Esports most of the time at the top. The fact that they do take all of those top hills and play that bird's eye view, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And I think what they're chasing on is how the next phase will be coming in. First of all, they want to step in onto the edge of what will be shown on the screen. And then later on, as the safe zone closes, they can gatekeep anyone rushing in from the sides. And that has been a good gameplay so far by the other teams as well. But Vagabonds Esports has pulled it off like a lot of times perfectly. If like they have taken a lot of kills in there from the 3rd phase up until the last phase, and positioning-wise, that is what they're focusing on. So, the question is, what are they chasing? It is just that next phase.
That's exactly what the players of the Academy have got in store here for us. Sucre, AK-47 from the back. XP's not going to get caught out just yet. XP Eternals have got the high ground, but I believe they're all surrounded already by the players of ENE Phoenix. ENE Phoenix for the shutdown, Merc for that backstab. But D-Sync has managed to put quite a bit of distance between himself as well as Merc. But if there's one thing that we know about Merc, that AK-47 and the ninja skill manages to cut down a lot of the distance. And D-Sync with the timing turns around, takes Merc down out of the equation. Fantastic play coming through from AXP as they play defensive.
You chase me, I'll bait you out. And that is what happened to Merc right there. And here comes the rescue, and MJ was able to get that dog tag and scan them. Still, no takedown in there for that team of AXP. Well, ENE Phoenix right now needs to get this cover. They're getting right here the cover that they need because Vitality will be on their heels. Assassin already taken down, still waiting for the chance for Merc to come back. This damage that Merc can put in this battle really might change the result of this game. But with 2 members, they need to get away and buy a little bit of time as Vagabonds Esports, as mentioned earlier, gatekeeping all the way, and SDPH will be on their crosshairs.
I mean, Lukey, how in the world did he know Flux was up top? King taken out of the equation as well. Vagabonds Esports, these guys are just absolutely unreal, man. The spot on Flux was just absolutely out of this world. Vagabonds Esports, what do they eat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Because they just seem to be so hungry, right? And although whatever they're doing out there on the battlefield seems to be working for them, no one has been able to figure out the solution for Vagabonds Esports. That ninja play right there with the awareness of everything surrounding him, that's exactly what proves why Vagabonds Esports has been so dominant so far.
Yeah, I mean, I have a theory on how they do this. Like, even if they are running all together, the focus are like broken down for each member. You get this quarter, you get this quarter, and they just get information from the direction that they're running into. And I think Flux has been spotted in there from behind by a different member, and it's only up to Luki to cut off the approach of Flux right there, while the rest of the teams continue on their rush against SDPH. But with that battle, I don't think it's a lot of members of SDPH has been taken down. Flux has been a casualty on that engagement.
Shane, a little unfortunate still from GGT as their players get taken down one after the other. But Shane, on the other hand, I believe that was just a little bit of a mistake from his side, not getting into that safe zone quick enough. And SIGRA should be able to gatekeep the final player of GGT. And even if GGT manages to avoid SIGRA's vicious eyes, they're just going to run into yet another team. Just a single player left on their side without much of an opportunity to pick those dog tags.
Grabe 11 kills, VTL.
But as we spot T.E.A.M, it is the one and only Vitality CL. Jeswo has got those players in his crosshairs, but doesn't manage to get any sort of an angle, and he does not shut them down. Instead, repositions with the information that he does have, but he does know to a certain degree exactly where to look once he repositions on this next hill right in front of him. The bird's eye view that they play should be able to give them quite a bit later on. But 13 Academy, as VAGABONDS Esports gets spotted out as well. A lot of noise being made here by VAGABONDS, and 13, they haven't just taken advantage at all.
Yeah, they hadn't taken advantage, and as VAGABONDS Esports is taking the high ground, prime position and location for them, Nash just disrupting the surrounding area just to make sure that they can be safe in this high ground. But safe as they try to be, a lot of teams will be rushing in from the sides. A good thing NRX 420 pulled out from that area, will not be securing and trying to go and take down AXP if they will be spotted, because AXP is just in there waiting, and none of the NRX 420 has spotted him just yet.
Yeah, fantastic, man. In terms of VTL, great plays. SIGRA gets caught off guard, and that's the kind of information play that we were talking about earlier on. But Bobby now, very aggressive, has got the M21 in hand. It's going to be all about those plays for that airdrop, and his blink gets dropped here by AXPD Sync. It is going to be all up to the rest of the players. On the side of 420, Bobby misplay with the ninja. Will pay the high price. Gets caught in a trap as well. Gets placed from the back. Bobby gets punished. And if only he had been able to nail that ninja shot earlier on, things could have been a little bit different. And I believe NRX 420 are out of the equation. Consistency is key. We just don't see it yet, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to rush in, try to eliminate everyone surrounding them before going in for the pickup. If they prioritize on the pickup and also cover in the smoke, they might have survived, and no one will be rushing in, because the smoke really provides a lot of intimidation for the other teams. Even if they have been taken down, unless you're a smoke bomber, you will not be rushing that aggressive or that carelessly into the fight. But rushing is not a question for Vitality, because all right now is able to take down King, and the rest of SDPH is still on top on that hill, being rushed by Riley Esports.
Yeah, fantastic play by Paul, managing to kind of circle around King, shut him down from the back. The response time from King, not too great at all. It has to be because of the gunsmith setup by Paul. He's making sure that the flinch from his gun, the shots that it delivers, doesn't allow King any sort of response at all. Guy just got stuck in that one little corner. Yato off screen, shutting down Riley Esports is young. And 13 Academy will continue to shut down player after player. Oh my lord, that's the third kill coming through. Merc taken out of the equation through a god nade. And that's 13 Academy for you.
Yeah, 13 in there, just going in for kills after kills. And one thing that surprised me is we haven't seen them on the screen. Even though we are seeing teams rotating, we don't have a visual on where they are. And this is a good surprise for anyone. It just so happened that they are probably taking a similar approach as VAGABONDS Esports from the early part of the game. And here we go. We have sighted them, and they are near this area just across VAGABONDS Esports. Good location for them. them to go and take down, but a little bit aggressive for Makukuri right now as he goes down for that fight.
Wait. What's Alien doing here? Is this a mistake or did he is he supposed to be a part of the squad, Neptune?
Yeah, he is. He is in the roster, probably missed, or, well, not really missed, didn't change the name, and you know how strict it is right now with the competition.
Fair enough. I got a little bit of a heart attack. I thought this guy just hopped into the wrong lobby, hopped into the wrong slot, and this is a GG. But 13 Academy is still pushing on strong gap from the back. Dress Academy, I have to say. Thank you very much, by the way, for letting me know as well, Neptune. Dress Academy is exactly what they're going to be identified on as moving forward. Gap now, he doesn't have that high ground for himself to take advantage of, but VAGABONDS Esports from the back managing to drop derp from the side of DVK, and all the time, each and every single game, you talk about consistency, you talk about performance, but you talk about the strategy as well, and it's always about that high ground positioning on the side of VAGABONDS Esports that takes the cake, Neptune.
Yeah, and they are still on that high ground. No one can challenge them. Rivalry, on the other hand, will be taking the other side of the hill, but they will be distracted by ENE Phoenix and Nezuko right now, just using the heck of the observation as he turns around and slide jump all the way. And I really love how they try to avoid being gunned down as well as get good position. And that is one thing that they really need to practice. But unfortunate for Rivalry, Names will be taken out by Assassin there with a nade, and the rest of ENE Phoenix will be going in for the rush.
VAGABONDS just shut down from up top. Yingzi, Dress Academy, beautiful cluster play. Zuko will be shut down by Luki, but Nash, he continues to bleed out. Are they going to take this risk by just playing the very edge of the circle here? Dress Academy trying to take advantage. Yingzi takes Nash out of the equation. Two players down and out on the side of VAGABONDS Esports. And ENE now, just as they try to take advantage, they have to go up against 13 Academy. Dress Academy playing disadvantage of that high ground against two teams at the very same time. But that's exactly what is saving VAGABONDS Esports. The distraction played by ENE. SIGRA, he is the final hope for the players of ENE. As Merc gets taken out of the equation, he is gonna be the slayer for the team here now.
MJ right now going for the rush against the Sync, and XP not looking good for them, but taking that ledge still. Assassin go for the follow-up from the side, M4 gameplay takes them down. Now, I think everything has slowed down from the end, and VAGABONDS Esports is still on the high ground, and we'll have to see Yato in there for the kill against MJ with that grenade, and I think VAGABONDS Esports had great chance in here unless they will be taken down by Trece from that high ground.
Oh, fantastic defensive play by Luki. And like I said, SIGRA, he is the final slayer for the team. But Dress Academy, Yingzi shoots from up top. Luki taken out of the equation. And it is Dress Academy with the victory in the second round.
Yeah, and there you go, the Trece brand just moving up in this game. And I'm really, really happy to see a different name taking that win. Because so far from yesterday, like as you mentioned, 50% of that day was just VAGABONDS Esports. Yes, they took the first one, but the second one will not be theirs. It is Trece right here. Magnus taking that win in round number 2. How well will they move up on the leaderboards? We'll have yet to see later on.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Nung isang player nila.
Even into day number 2, the statistics still is on the side of VAGABONDS Esports. 2 rounds, they still have 50% of the win technically, man. But Trece Academy, this is what we're talking about, right? We wanted someone else to step up. And looking at their performance through yesterday, Trece Academy, they had, Trece Magnus, my apologies, had quite a good showing, but not a lot of fantastic plays when it comes to Blackout. They truly struggle with their kills. They truly struggle with their placement. Now they've proven what they can do here at Isolated. I'm just curious to see whether or not they can bring out a stellar performance at Blackout later on as well. They just have to continue climbing up the leaderboard slowly here. But it's all about the positioning that they took at the very end of the day. And in fact, they were the only lifeline that VAGABONDS Esports had in that final circle, because it was all about the distraction gameplay, although unintentionally played by ENE, that helped VAGABONDS just survive a little bit longer. But I have to say, the positioning, the smarts out of XIII Academy this time round just was the perfect cherry on top of the icing, on top of a very well-made cake. The aggression, the positioning, all went hand in hand, and they took a dominant victory over the rest here, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And I think what contributed to that is because they have their sights on Vagabonds Esports, even before the safe zone closes, they have taken the higher ground. Vagabonds Esports took the most high ground in that area, and the rest of the teams, a lot of chaos has been happening on both sides. Now, the focus of XIII Magnus was just to take that high ground, have them on their sides, just to make sure they will not be taken back or backstab later on, while probably that is a given to the sniper. The rest of the teams roam around from the sides, take those kills, they stick together. That is one of the key factors that we've seen from this team of XIII. And when they rush in on using that zip line, they have a good distance as well to not being taken down easily by Vagabonds Esports. And then from that side, from that moment that ENE Phoenix moved up and just tried to fired out against AXP, distraction gameplay, as you mentioned, AJ, gives the advantage to XIII Magnus.
And shout out to AXP Eternals as well. We asked for a little bit of a better performance from the team, and that's exactly what we get out of them, right? They shoot themselves up to the top a little bit more this time around, coming through with 8 kills overall and the 4th spot. Those placement points might not be a lot to shout about, but it's definitely more than the other teams who are below them. And with a combination of those skills, they should be able to continue rising up to the top. I believe overall they were in the 5th spot earlier on, so the top 3 might just be opened up to them as long as we can see a little bit of more consistency in terms of their place. Because where AXP Eternals have kind of struggled mostly here, Neptune, is finding those placement points.
Yeah, definitely. Placement point is one thing that they need to work on, and I think that has been traded right now. Like we haven't shown right now, but to what expense? Earlier we saw AXP being chased by some teams. If I'm not mistaken, that was ENE Phoenix, and it's a good thing they were able to reposition, but the moment the safe zone closes in, I think they were a little bit too far or too deep into the outside of the safe zone. And the moment they rush in, it's only 1 member left. But positioning wise, going in for that lower ground where the battle will be was happening up top, it's just unfortunate that ENE Phoenix is doing the same thing. 1 versus 4, there's no surviving that.
And in terms of surviving, that's something that NRX 420 just could not do earlier on. And a huge reason for this was all about positioning, right? It was a little bit of a disappointing turnaround, because this is not the usual NRX 420 that we used to see in the past, and they haven't really gotten a grasp of their positions that they want to play out there on the battlefield, continuously being surprised by the other teams. And yes, that is something that you should be expecting from a slower paced game. But, in terms of what is your escape strategy, how do you get away from your opponents when you are stuck in a situation like that? They lost Blink, and technically they didn't fully lose Blink just yet, right? Blink was knocked down onto the ground, and then you just see an outburst of panic. Pabi usually doesn't miss those grappling hook shots as he plays the ninja. That's the panic that you saw in the minds and in the gameplay of NRX 420. And you are not going to be able to survive against the best of the best in Garena if that is going to be the kind of mental breakdown that you face when your captain is taken out of the equation, right? So you have to hold it together. You have to play a more defensive game. I mean, Blink gets dropped. You have to play defensive. Jump on into the house instead of trying to take that high ground and trying to respond aggressively. At the end of the day, all of those responses, all of those decision-making made them pay a high price, which is pulled absolutely nothing away from this round. But XIII Academy, on the other hand, making use of the strategy that Vagabonds Esports has abused so many times around in so many of these rounds. What is that strategy? Playing that high ground. But when they got there, they found that Vagabonds already took that high ground. So what do? They managed to try their best to find a better spot for themselves, playing the very edge of the cliff so that they can continuously peek on out, take those shots, back away defensively. T.E.A.M Academy, they were very, very, very good with their positioning in this round number 2 here.
Yeah, actually, I was looking at this replay, and I'm seeing similarity on the approach of ENE Phoenix as well as T.E.A.M right there.
Yeah.
They're just going in for the edge of safe zone. It just so happens that ENE Phoenix has a, I would say, easier approach in moving up because there's not much height, like there's not much a dip in that hill that they need to move up. Compared to T.E.A.M, wherein they need to, they already got to the edge, but they need to flank from both sides. Alien got on the left, and then the rest of the teams got on the right. But the moment that they moved up, they were cautious. They don't want to be spotted by Vagabonds Esports. Thus, that advantage gives them the win in this game. And T.E.A.M Magnus right now taking round number 2 in this day number 2, AJ.
Oh yeah, fantastic, man. I mean, in terms of the positioning, in terms of the gameplay, in terms of those engagements, I think they did everything right. But once again, I know I'm a tough one to please, but consistency is the name of the game. And if you look at round number 2, that one team that brings inconsistency from round 1 into 2 is still Vagabonds Esports. That number 1 spot might have not been ripped away, but that final circle always has got the presence from the side of Vagabonds Esports. And as long as they can continue to ensure that is the case, to rip away that number 1 spot from them, Neptune. It's just been an all-round Vagabonds Esports show, if you ask me, when it comes to the gameplay consistency that we look out there on that battlefield.
Yeah, definitely. And I'd like to read that situation later on what approach they will be taking, because earlier they were passive, and then the second round they were a little bit aggressive. So if they're going for an alternate, we'll be able to spot that later on in the 3rd round. But before we go there, we will be right back after a quick break. So make sure you take advantage of this, like and share the stream, and we'll see you in a bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, match number 2 is done, and definitely we have 13 Esports Magnus taking the second, or taking the W on our match number 2. And akala ko magkakaroon tayo ng deja vu, diba? From the first day of the survivors, because definitely from the first day we have seen a complete dominance for the side of Vagabonds Esports, taking a back-to-back win on our first running time of the game. But then again, seems like all of the teams, all of the players right now, nag-iingat na. Alam na nila yung mga strategies ng mga players natin, who is definitely jumping into the game. But then again, before we jump into the match again, we do have 3 minutes and 41 seconds. Big shout out the mga viewers natin who is still into the stream of Paramount Gaming Esports, Colicx Gaming, and definitely sa Paramount Gaming Esports, we do have a watch party as well in our YouTube account. Yan. And Twitch. Yan. Syempre, pati sa Facebook. Yan. So anyways, big shout out to all of our viewers. Please don't forget to like and share the stream. And kung ayaw nyong makakita ng mga hate comments sa ating main page of Call of Duty Mobile, you could jump in. You could invite your friends into our stream. And solid, start them young ang bata nung Gab. True, grabe. Bata ng ng mga players natin. Pero palong-palo. Nandito pa si Looking for Bebe coming from Lawrence Paul de Torres. Ayan. Teka, hanapan nga natin ng Teka, ire-reto nga natin si ano. Reto, naka-live tayo sa PG. Oh my goodness. Joke lang yun. Tsaka na natin pag-usapan sa back-end, di ba? Anyways, thank you very much, Boss Barbs. Lorenz, thank you very much. James Navarro Zolano, thank you very much for the many shares. And grabe, napakaraming shares. Thank you very much, Mark Nicholson Kayas for the heart. Patrice Magbu for the heart as well. Thank you very much. And jumping into Paramount Gaming Esports, we do have a lot of viewers. 7 million viewers. Dahil nag-break. Yeah, but again, big shout out to Ranvic Louis Cortez, Karen J. Paul. Welcome to the stream. We also have Yvonne Bustamante, Shinji, Cod M, JP De Sales, Aina Katrina, A.M. Adam, Jawin Berganyo. Hopefully I got your name right. Kent Timagos, thank you very much. Ophir Jacobs. WXLD Flower, welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for the like. Same with Christopher Ryan Galliero, Idra Saputra, thank you very much. Ken Tukki Cream, welcome to the stream. Elgin Reyes, Richard Mendoza, thank you very much for tuning in the stream. MJ Carpio, thank you very much. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Hindi ko na shoutout lahat yun. But anyways. Okay, daming viewers. Yes. Okay, I mean, anhin mo yung maraming viewers kung marami naman toxic, di ba? So anyways. That was coming from GN Flores. Thank you very much. And sabi ni Kevin Galang, mismong nasa page mismo ng Garena ang mga viewers. True. At dun sila toxican sila. Yan. So dapat dito sa ating page, dito sa Paramount Gaming, from Twitch, from YouTube, and from Facebook. Same with Colicx Gaming. Kailangan ano lang tayo, child's friendly. Children friendly lang tayo, guys. Yan. Anyways. Wait. Let me just check on to this one. I guess we are all back into the game. Moving on to our daddies.
A little bit of the chat here on Facebook. We really appreciate it. And once again, guys, let's just focus on spreading a little bit more love and not so much of the toxicity, because, you know, it's a little bit painful to read at the end of the day. I am the Mustachio AJ, down here with the one and only Neptune, the gentleman Garcia, bringing you guys the action from day 2 of the semis at Garena Survivors. And consistency is only being supplied by one team out there, VAGABONDS Esports, even if they do not pick up that win. Yesterday, they had a 50% win rate overall. Today, from the 2 rounds, still on that 50% win rate. Can they keep this up? It's going to be one of the biggest questions that I have of the day here, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And another thing is how they switch up the gameplay that they said that they're doing right now. I mentioned earlier that I'm going to look out for the gameplay that they're going to put in this round number 3, because I'm not only that I'm focusing on them because they're winning, it's because of how unpredictable they are compared to the other teams, wherein the approach is like back and forth. They can go in plan B, plan A, or plan A, plan B, and so on and so forth, regardless of who will be taken down out of them. So these are the things that really excite my mind, and how to solve the puzzle of VAGABONDS Esports.
Oh, yeah, man. And, you know, the VAGABONDS Esports puzzle has been quite a tough one to solve so far because of the game sense that they have every single time they hop into a Battle Royale match, right? We saw that in action early on as well. No information whatsoever, but their sniper just takes a look towards the left, finds a player there miraculously, and it's all about game sense. You spot a building, you have to check it out. You have to make sure that it's safe, because as you're crossing forth on open grounds, that is that one location, that is that one spot that can perhaps punish your whole squad if you do not go in here for the check, right? So we're talking about overall game sense from the side of Vagabonds Esports, and not just their supreme gunfight capability out there on the battlefield. I mean, mechanically, the players are gifted. Strategy-wise, they know exactly what to do. Like you said, Neptune, they just bounce from, plan A to plan B to plan C. They've got an inexhaustible list of plans of execution out there on the battlefield. But most of all, it's the game sense that these players have that help them bring that consistency into the competition. We just haven't seen anybody match up to the quality of Vagabonds Esports just yet, man. But of course, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's take a quick peek into the overall leaderboard to see exactly how round 2 has shuffled things around here, Neptune.
Yeah, Vagabonds Esports, well, no question, still on top, but the points that they've gathered right here, 166 points. And it was just past the halfway mark yesterday that they crossed that 100 mark. We're in Team Dow, ENE Phoenix, just crossing it right now. So how far the gap is, this is how it is explained. 66 points from that second spot right now. And the rest of the teams just below them, not even close to that second spot. Riley Esports, yes, they were doing well in positioning, but so far still not that much to get close to ENE Phoenix, only with 79 points. AXP Eternals, as you mentioned, AJ, good show from them, and continuing to bring in more good show because they are moving up from number 5 to number 4 in this game.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about AXP, and the one highlight that we did kind of converse is on how they've been quite weak with their placement points. So AXP making sure they get up to the top, making sure they get into that final circle. This is that one consistent play that's going to be very important on their side, because we know they've got that great engagement capability. We just want to see them fight in that final circle a little bit more, and it's only going to serve them the very best. Riley Esports just showing a little bit of signs of weakness here on day number 2, and that's something that AXP needs to take advantage of immediately. Continue breaking down the spirits of Riley Esports so that they can overtake them on the leaderboard. And obviously, teams like Vagabonds Esports will definitely help them out because they just try to remain dominant, right? And you just have to look at the best strategies that these teams are playing consistently round after round. And when you get into that final circle, you need to expect these exact same plays from these teams, because although a team like Vagabonds Esports has got many plays within their gameplay book, they usually are quite consistent with one main thing: grabbing that highest ground available in that final circle. And those are the kind of things that you just need to keep an eye out for, and also prepare to counter when you get into that final circle.
Prosto neváhavo a flashuje se svojí Leonou na rulera. Tady je perfektní timing na teleport.
There's a game. We are now moving in a little bit too low on the flight path, so we'll see. We'll have
Yun. Galing sa sa OBS nila.
Taken the northern part of this map as their home, and that goes to Vagabonds Esports, who usually drops on Skeep Town, but how far it is, looking forward.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Match number 3, Flight Pod coming in right now.
Places like Outpost and Heat to pull away that chopper perhaps might not be the easiest of all plays, but as you can see, Team G pushing on in for Sanitarium, ENE Phoenix. We believe they should be able to get there, and it's not that big of a deal for Vitality CL as well, as I believe they are trying to aim here for Heat, but 3 teams have got the exact same thing in mind. And like I said, that flight path isn't going to help you get all the way through. So 3 teams dropping into Overgrown. This is going to be a bloodbath battle royale, and it is going to be Riley that manages to move on in first, pick up those guns. Yang just playing a little bit of a game of a catch here with his opponents, but unfortunately hasn't been able to catch a single player.
Yeah, and just one thing that surprises me, right? Riley has been doing well in this initial drop point, and I'm quite surprised how ENE and their NICAEA Falcons continue to doing the same thing, doing the same mistake over and over again. Riley Esports will not be taken down that easily in this fight, and we might be looking at yet another early elimination from NICAEA Phoenix.
And Dinosaur GGT, I believe, is slowly waking up, making its comeback. But Riley Esports, without Yang in the mix, available, make sure that is sorted out quickly. The first revival flight will be swooping on in a little bit, and it's not that big of a damage done onto Team L, NICAEA Falcons, as just that one loss was more than enough to kind of force them away from that compound. Bear has already been scanned through already, so the loss for both of these teams isn't that too much, but I believe NICAEA Falcons are at a bigger loss overall because they have to reposition, which means they have to travel through to look for a different spot to continue looting up. And even as they move on through, Vitality CL is already there to welcome them with open arms.
And here we go, Zed right now trying to take shots against Jesuo, but the movement of Jesuo is just a little bit too quick. With the smoke, even with the smoke, Zed still takes him down, and Jesuo is out for the count. The rest of the teams will be rushing in, and this is one thing that we keep talking about. Positioning will be the key. So hopefully NICAEA Falcons will be able to prioritize on position because Zed is not looking good as the rest of the teams of Vitality is going for the rush. And finally, there goes Dartil for the hunt, and Paul might be in trouble. But the target objective of Paul is just to get this dog tag, and the rest of the teams will just provide a little bit of cover.
Yeah, good play coming through from Paul. Jesuo scanned through already, and all the players of Team M, Vitality CL, all they need to do is just play this really, really defensively. Just make sure they cover as much ground as possible towards the right-hand side of this compound to make sure they don't get flanked off by the players of NICAEA Falcons. But NICAEA Falcons here not getting too aggressive, and I really like that pre-fire that we saw earlier on. And that's one of the ways you can counter your opponents as long as it's a one-on-one battle, right? Just anticipating where they're going to appear from. Just try to shoot up the location before they can react. And again, Falcons managing to even overcome Jesuo, who has made a good name for himself in the Battle Royale scene so far. And those are the kind of plays that we are looking for in here. And as VTL continues to reposition, I like this safe play. Vitality CL will survive a little bit longer because of that.
Yeah, I think it's something that they learned from a previous team. That survivability is one of the key factors in winning the game. But for this team specifically, Vitality, they need to focus more, especially as Phaeton. If I'm thinking from yesterday, it was Phaeton who has the most instances that has been taken down. And that's when, like, from the fight that we have seen so far. But Vitality right now, they are repositioning themselves, probably getting good position. But for the drop point, especially with that early engagement, they need to focus more on good position, on how they can rotate better and get like the middle of the map, because Heat is so too far from that engagement, and we've seen two teams also in overgrown, so a lot of challenges against them just in case some of the teams like tried to move up higher to that Heat.
Team Vicious just taking the tunnels and a slow play towards looting themselves up. Not all of their players are within the tunnels, as they have got two on top of it as well. And I really like this play, right? Because most of the time, you know, teams that do manage to run through the tunnels here don't really have anybody on that higher ground. And when they appear from the other side, they just get shut down by those holding onto that bird's eye view. A little bit of a trap that can be set up. But obviously, this team not looking forward to getting trapped in that way at all. Kinetic Armor Overcharger, one of the important items to pick up, and it looks like Vitality is focusing on looking for as many of these as possible in this high-tier loot zone. Fantastic in terms of strategy, and as they continue to do so, they will be setting themselves up well for that final battle. And overall, if you look at the setup from Vitality CL, I like their safe plays coming through in the matchup so far. They could have gotten a little bit aggressive earlier on as they lost Jesuo. It was a 3v3 fight, but they decided to their own accord to back away, and that's what's going to give them the advantage. And look at Meow from up top. The tackle just tagging up those players. Abu gets taken down as Meow hops on out of the jungle. Close quarters combat shuts down one. JB gets backstabbed by Asta out of nowhere, and Wanted now in a little bit of a predicament.
Yep, Jabi right now is being picked up as Meow goes in for the elimination of Apple right here. And I think it's balanced, a 3-on-3 on this situation. And that smoke is like providing intimidation for the team of DVK. Here comes Meow, but no one live will be taken out of here. It's a good thing that there's still one who might be able to pull out, but 0-1-0 will be taken down, and there you have it. VITAS right now eliminated from the game. I think the 9 lives of Meow has been consumed already, especially for aggressiveness that we've seen so far from all these games.
Yeah, I mean, you got to pull out a little bit earlier than that if you want to, you know, have good time at the end of the day. But unfortunately, the decision to back away is just a little bit too slow, if you ask me. And by the time 0-10, oh my goodness, I can't believe he just made me say that on broadcast. But by the time 0-1-0 managed to get away from that battlefield, it was unfortunately a little bit too late. I think we need to get the guy to change his user ID there.
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
a little bit too mean of a IGN to hold on to, eh?
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't look that way so much, but once you made a mistake, I mean, you would know. And especially fans out there, I think that that's a good thing, AJ.
Yeah.
Let's look at the positive thing. I think that have distracted them from being toxic to just focusing on the game.
now the chat's gonna be focusing on his IGN. Chat, he got me, chat. He got me good, bro. What? How did production not catch that user ID earlier on? I have no idea. But now that we have, hopefully we get the guy to change it. But I don't know whether the rules of the competition will get him to sit out a couple of days of battle. Vagabonds Esports, they don't have that high ground advantage against Riley. But Riley, as they back away, Young makes the wrong decision. Lukey gets the backstab. AK-47 played a little bit too good. Lukey repositions with his ninja skill as well. And he continues to rage on against the rest of the players of Riley Esports. Route from afar, can't really protect the rest of his team members, and Riley Esports, all they want to do is disengage Neptune.
Yeah, and that is the one thing about Vagabonds Esports. They stick together into the battle. They spread out like very seldomly. Now, that is one thing that you need to understand. If you are challenging this team, don't turn your back. Because the moment that you do, shots will be coming not only from one, but probably from all of the members. And as you can see, the 1-3 split right now might be pinching one Caleb, and Caleb will be flying out. No! Back in there with the rewind class. Caleb still lives, but Loki, knowing him, he will be hunting for this guy.
And the hunt is just going to be perfect for the side of Vagabonds Esports, as Riley Esports just does not want anything to do with them. And that's one of the good things on being able to know exactly who gets the knock onto you, right? Nobody wants anything to do with Vagabonds Esports. And that's mainly the case for Riley backing away from that engagement. And Vagabonds Esports, they continue to thrash around within this compound as they loot up all of the available stuff for themselves to prepare for the next engagement. And XIII Academy, on the other hand, inside of the chopper, with Alien away from the rest of them in a Jackal. But it's all about flying around in the air to make sure they can find a good, secure compound to work with.
Yeah, and what better compounds work with than this tent? Like, it's not much in an opening right now, especially good visibility from the top, and they might just be waiting for the next phase of the safe zone. Probably gets a little bit of loot, but on their position, they're so far from the rest of the teams, and with that, Alien providing information as well with the Jackal, I think they can do well in like survivability at this point. They made that already earlier, and this is for them remaining consistent with this plan. But hopefully, even if that fails, they will still have another backup plan to go and win this game if they will be able to take down top teams like Vagabonds Esports.
Alien still zooming around in that Jackal and hasn't been punished just yet, as Team G, the one and only ENE Phoenix. Oh, fantastic play by MJ on the rewind as he goes in aggressively for that airdrop and disengages at the very final second as Team A opens fire. Vagabonds Esports, they are the ones, once again, with that high ground advantage that they try to play against the players of ENE Phoenix. But ENE Phoenix is no chump squad to get caught out by a play like that. They disengage, and they do not stand by to take this fight against the players of Vagabonds Esports. They rush on into the compound of another team, though, and as they get trapped here, this is going to be that opportunity for NICAEA Falcons to strike.
Yeah, and they are striking hard. Brothers fighting against brothers. Oh, we'll have to see. Here comes. Oh no, this is ENE right now. Oh no, MJ will be taken out from behind, but Sucre fighting back against KKPG, and it's in the middle, taking down Sucre, but Assassin will not be taken out just yet. Prioritizing on that pickup needs to be done, but with information relayed already by Armament RODZINA, it will not be easy. It's a good thing that they have the second floor to take in here, and regardless of how many grenades will be thrown from that other side, it's just more of positioning for ENE at this point. And Assassin was able to take back 2 dog tags as well, pick up MJ, and they survive this fight.
I mean, to pick up the dog tags of 2 of your most effective players out there on the battlefield. The play by Assassin here is literally life-saving. MJ catches up with him, and Assassin gets that scan through. 2 players, Sucre and Merc, on the way back. And therefore, this team will have a viable option in the next circle. But what is going to be a complication here is the fact that 2 of their players have got no loots on their side at all. So that's going to be something challenging to recover from here, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely, and especially in the third phase of the safe zone. So unless they can get back to where they were earlier, which is very difficult, they need to find a different spot, and probably where all killings has been done already from their rotation. But as we look at the rotation, Riley has advantage against VAGABONDS Esports earlier, but VAGABONDS Esports will not let that go easily, trying to split them up. Isolated gameplay is what they are doing right now, and VAGABONDS Esports maintain this hill while the rest of Riley just spreads out and got away.
Yeah, VAGABONDS Esports just keeping that pressure up against anyone and everyone that they meet out there on the battlefield. And Riley Esports, this is that revenge play that they are looking for. Smoking out the position of Nash. Nash not waiting to check out exactly what Riley Esports has for them. A little bit of a lag here on broadcast, but that's something that we are going to be sorting out for you guys in a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. VAGABONDS Esports has managed to disengage as quickly as possible. They don't want to face the wrath of Riley after they managed to steal away a kill point off of them earlier on.
Yeah, and one thing I've noticed about VAGABONDS Esports as well is I think their timing, every approach that they do, like if it takes more than 20 seconds, it's time to pull out. If there's no kills happening, it's time to pull out. And even if they have the advantage, it was a 4v3 situation because one of Riley has pulled out so far from the rest of the group, they might be able to clean that out. But no, the game plan is survive and make sure it is a clean kill before they engage. And, well, VAGABONDS Esports is making its smart decisions all the way.
The win from the back as they try to circle around the players of AXP. Opportunity for AXP Eternals to slowly back away, but the circle behind them, Vitality closing in as well. ENE, they have to make quick work of AXP if they want to be able to get away from here in one piece. Viper hops on out just to get tagged up, but he is not the one who is taken down by CEO. I believe there was another player in that equation that managed to go in for the shutdown, and a bad play by said with that reversal, as the rewind doesn't really end up in his favor as he was standing in the exact same spot there, Neptune. And of course, the players of Vitality take advantage of this situation in the nick of time. And one player who hops on up will just be eaten up by Paul. Round after round, Vitality has managed to find all of those improvements in this matchup.
Yeah, one thing about a rewind class is you need to be moving, constantly moving, and also getting the distance. But it can still provide distraction and also confusion if in case you use that. But the split second before you pull out and it activates will keep you like a sitting duck right there, and that is where he fell from that tactics. But still, the intention is good. It's just the execution not too perfect at that point, and that's one thing the pros has practiced all the way. Even if when they jump into ranked games, they utilize one class. Even if they don't win the fight, as long as they use those tactics, study, time it into perfection, and that is where they can utilize that in their favor.
Filthy has got a very interesting class brought on any kid, a refitted class. You expect anyone who plays a refitter to just be zooming around in those vehicles, not really the play the GGT is taking here. It's just running around on ground. And if you think about the VITAS being able to supply all of the plates, it's not really a huge advantage because these single armor plates can be found anywhere on that battlefield as long as you are good in looting up, as long as you've got that compound for yourself. So that in effect makes the refitter class a little bit useless, and KRONUS just really not sustaining his life out there on the battlefield at all, as this team just gets surrounded by 3 other squads, SIGRA, ENE, as well as NRX 420, who are on the approach from the back here. Neptune, this looks like it is going to be trouble for all of the rest of the teams, but guess who's in play as well? It is going to be the one and only T.E.A.M Academy on the way into this battle as well.
Yeah, Jesse is like quickly moving up from the sides, who might be able to backstab NRX 420 at this point. And ENE Phoenix providing a distraction here with the gunfights that they're seeing. And I think they need to pull out, but where? The question is, where can they pull out? Where can they position themselves? Because all hills has been taken already. And Riley going in, disrupting the position of VAGABONDS Esports. That is good, but hopefully they can convert it into kills.
I think, you know, they've already managed to throw VAGABONDS Esports a little bit off of their usual mojo already. Forcing them to reposition in such a crucial moment is fantastic, and that's just going to give the advantage to the rest of the teams. But Nuki, the backup, just absolutely fantastic. And Vitality, although they had an opportunity to shut down VAGABONDS Esports. Nuki making quick work of them. Then Jack taking them to town, shutting them down one after the other. Nuki doesn't need to have vision on his opponents. He knows exactly where to look, exactly where to turn, and player after player he catches, but Vitality puts the final bullet at VAGABONDS.
Yeah, and that will be with the help of Riley. So I think Riley will picking up from where VAGABONDS Esports started off, and Shy will be the next target by this team. But not only that, we have T.E.A.M also in there on the other side, who might be providing a lot of distraction. And Shy just need to be careful in here. We've seen this gameplay from AXP being done earlier, surviving in 3rd place with a good placement. That is what they need to do. As Riley Rald, as you can see from the high ground, will provide information, and the rest of the teams will just rush. But Caleb losing life and needs to armor up. Good enough for him. He has that rewind. Kotaro right now with the smoke, just playing around. Go and rush me, but there you go. The challenge has been accepted by Gap and taking them down.
Oh, T.E.A.M Academy, Gap now just playing, just flirting with the edge of the circle here, managing to just find a little bit of cover inside of the circle at that very final moment. But that's just a fantastic positioning coming through from the one and only Gap. T.E.A.M Academy, talk about the consistency, managing to find his final circle as well. And NRX 420 are right back in it to win it. Are they going to be able to get this? Riley Esports, Caleb from up top. That high ground might just be what stands between them. And Rald, out of nowhere, that double Gap and Mercury gets taken down. Caleb from up top alongside Rald should be able to finish this off. They hold on to the bird's eye view, but look at the positioning by NRX 420. They back away. They are in their safe ground, and Caleb drops in front of one player, manages to hit that rewind, and that distraction is perfect. But the circle closes in, and Riley has to reposition Neptune.
Yeah, Caleb right now will be moving in on the side. Reagan from one up top. And we have Reagan right now trying to pinch them. Caleb will not go down that easily. And Rald will be taken out. 1v3 situation this time. And not looking good for Riley. But we have Caleb still trying to fight back. Good thing we have Daddy Blink out there finishing them off.
And RX 420 finally makes their comeback. What a win! But consistency is key. You see those smiles? It's just a little bit. The captain ain't too happy with the overall performance. The captain wants more. The question is, what will the team be able to deliver at the end of the day? The comeback might just be possible. The revival of the OG NRX 420 in the CODMBR scene has started, Neptune.
Yeah, the DNA has been spliced already and being formed right now. Dinosaurs will be roaming in here and might be crushing everyone in play. But AJ, this is just a semis. The target is just to reach the top 8, and they are on their way already. With this performance, I think they are already in there. looking at the kills, not so much, but with additional 10 points, they might have a chance to overtake, if not one or two teams in there in this game.
I think they most definitely will be able to overtake multiple teams and get into the top 8 for sure with this performance. If you're talking about 10 points from the placements, we're talking about 5 points. So 15 points overall from this round. Nowhere close to the kind of dominance that we usually see out of Vagabonds Esports. But this is a good start for a team that has been struggling to dominate the scene. And this is a good start in terms of setting up their comeback. Riley Esports, they were amazing in that final circle as they put an end to the players in there. A double shot coming through from Raul in the very final moments, but unfortunately they couldn't play it against NRX 420. And a big reason for that is because NRX 420 is starting to get a little bit smarter. The positioning is all about what makes this final decision, and although your opponents have got the bird's eye view, if you are truly hidden, you are going to be in the advantageous position in that final circle, right? And I believe in terms of playing the smokes, they could have smoked out their area. But if they did play the smoke, it gets very easy for Riley Esports to identify where to look at and where to focus on. And that was one of the winning strategies for NRX 420 in that final circle, going up against all odds, not going in for that high ground advantage at all. But, you know, we have to give the shout out to the one and only T.E.A.M Academy. Fantastic in terms of consistency, making it into that final circle. Yangzi providing the majority of the kills for the team this time around. And then overall, what do we have here? 10 kills in the 3rd spot. That's not too shabby at all.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they are the highest of the top 3 right here in terms of kills and consistency. As you mentioned, it's still being displayed. Positioning-wise, they are doing it. They don't challenge that much. They know how to back off. And I think they're learning some of the tactics of the top teams right now. Don't stay that much. Don't focus, don't hyper focus in a team. If you know that you are not getting kills despite of how many bullets you've used, back out, position themselves, try again.
And in terms of, you know, a little bit of the scores down here towards the bottom of the leaderboard, you know, one team that definitely deserves a little bit of our eyeballs, a little bit of our respect is definitely DVK FALDRUS, picking up a total of 6 kills down here at that 12th spot. But, you know, just as what we have mentioned to the other teams earlier on, your aggression in the early parts of the matchup truly means nothing if you cannot make it into that final circle. And although the placement points shouldn't be a huge focus for you, getting into the final circle before you pop off and allowing a little bit of those placement points to aid you in your journey towards the top of that leaderboard, you need to find that balance. You cannot just focus on the kills and then bomb out a little bit too early, because overall in the competition, you will struggle. But of course, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, looking at the top 3 teams, we know that there is an uprising. And just like that Neptune, this competition for Group A semis has just gotten so much more exciting.
Yeah, it's really exciting. And I think the goal will be the same for everyone. Yeah. Regardless of which team, the only goal that they have is to take down the champions, consistent champions of all the tournaments that we've seen. Once that team has been taken down, mission completed. All they have to do right now is jump in, study, and find out how can they be consistently.
Nag-loading na naman, mga kaibigan. Hindi ko alam bakit. Bakit ka naglo-loading? My goodness. Let me just check.
Challenging for Vagabonds Esports. Wherein Vagabonds Esports has proved us that it's not that easy. They have a lot of things to plan out. Engagement that we keep talking, or that I keep talking about earlier. This is a late part, and I think Vagabonds Esports tactics is we are finding a little bit of loophole for that tactics.
And this is what we were talking about earlier on as well. When you get into that final circle, you have to remember what is the strategy of the usual dominant teams in that final circle. And that's why I applaud the approach by Riley Esports. They went for that high ground, expecting to find the players of VAGABONDS Esports there. And they were right. They found them. They forced VAGABONDS Esports off of their high throne. And what was the result? VAGABONDS bombed out. And that is what all of the teams need to focus on. Not specifically aiming to take down VAGABONDS Esports, but to look at teams like T.E.A.M, to look at teams like NRX, to look at teams like the one and only VAGABONDS Esports and see what sort of plays they are bringing into the competition and play their counter strategy. NRX 420 did exactly that alongside Riley, and NRX 420 in fact went against the current. They were swimming against all odds as they did not have that bird's eye view, but what they had was the determination, and what they had was the smarts to stay hidden behind the compound that they had to work with. They made use of that tree, they made use of that one small little shed at the very final circle to play their cover and to appear out of nowhere and shut down Riley Esports. If they can continue on this journey, you know the revival of NRX 420 is just near to us, to all and lap in here in the competition.
Yeah, NRX 420. I mean, I'm really excited to see what more they have in plan, because the gameplay that they used to do on TPP is not applicable anymore, and it's more of a little bit of cautiousness from their side, and that's what we've seen from this round. Now, if they can mix it up with the mechanical skills that they can put into probably a 2-2 split, having their best member on the sniper far back and getting information, that will be Pabi. He will be able to provide those information, then get another 2 members in there to go in for that push, and then having one maintaining as a support for the sniper as well as a support for those 2. So a 1-1-2 split can be efficient for them, but positioning wise, they need to take down some of the teams who usually take it first, and not just back like NRX 420. They need to divert a little bit to hanging back from the edge of the safe zone. That was just me. If they want to go.
Yeah, sorry, buddy. I thought you were done already. I absolutely agree with whatever you said, right? But I see a little bit of weak links within the NRX 420 lineup in itself. And we really, at this point, need Zeus as well as Raygun to step up some of their gameplay, especially with their mechanical plays out there on the battlefield, right? We need to see more domination. We've seen Blink pop off. We've seen Pabi most definitely show us what he can do out there with the snipes. But if you want to see NRX 420 continuously climbing up to the top, these 2 players need to step up their gameplays as well. And I believe usually when we ask of it out of NRX 420, we get it as well. Right after this break, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we might just be able to see if they can deliver back-to-back within round 4. Neptune and I will be right back.
All right. NRX 420 climbing up to the top, and definitely mukhang hindi sila maanat for today's video, pero let's see if they will be having those consistency on their names. But anyways, to all of our viewers still tuning in to our stream on Colicx Gaming, Paramount Gaming Esports on Facebook page, Twitch, and YouTube account of Paramount Gaming Esports, thank you very much for your support. And anyways, D NRX Gaming, hello, and mga tropa natin from Riley Esports, hello. Good luck to all participants. Let's go. All right, so currently we do have a blast 3 rounds on day number 2 of our semifinals on Garena Survivors 2. We have VAGABONDS Esports taking the number 1 spot on match number 1. 13 Esports definitely dominated match number 2, but then again match number 3 pinaka abang-abang ng karamihan. NRX 420 getting the 3rd match, but then not having a lot of kills on their name, but still 10 points from the placement points will be a huge points for them to at least boost up their points into the leaderboards. Okay. Alright, now that we are having a 3-minute... Okay, naka-break pa lang tayo. So, we do have a break. Wait, let me just check on to this one. Ay! Mamaya nyo akong ayain maglaro. Naaya nyo akong maglaro eh. Anyways. And 4 million viewers that we have in Colicx Gaming. Hello guys. 8 million viewers that we have in Paramount Gaming. On the Facebook. Not quite sure. And to the YouTube. And Twitch. But hello guys. What's up? And so we are just waiting for the game to begin. And we do have a 1 minute and 55 seconds on our clock. Yan. Okay, so anong round na ba tayo? Round number 5. 3, 4. Round number 4 rather. Round number 4. We might be having a slow pace again since we are jumping into blackout, and definitely ayun nga, we have seen the strategy coming from Vagabonds Esports in terms of blackout. Medyo cheeky yung strategy nila, but then again, let's see, because still Vagabonds is still Vagabonds, diba? But then, seeing their strategy from the past games, from the past tournaments that we had, community tournaments that we had, Vagabonds Esports, medyo kulelat pa talaga sila sa blackout, no, compared to isolated, which is everybody's love, diba? But let's see. Okay, excited ako actually, because me as a player, blackout is one of my favorite map in Battle Royale. Alright, so anyways, so any moment we are gonna be jumping into our casters right now, definitely giving all of the actions on the game. So Mustachio and Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia, and they will be up in 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is Garena, Survivor Season 2 Legacy, and we are now halfway through to this day. 3 battles in Isolated has already been completed. That has been done already. And we are jumping off to Blackout. We are still your casters, Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia. Together with me is the amazing Mustachio, AJ, and AJ. Moving into Blackout after a lot of great comebacks, as we say, from that Isolated. How do you think they will adjust this time?
I really don't care about how they adjust to the map. What I want to care about is how the teams adjust to the strategy, right? And I really love the fact that Riley Esports has broken Vagabonds Esports strategy here, because that's what we are looking for. I mean, if you want to challenge the king of kings of COD and BR, you gotta be able to catch up with their strats. And that's the first round, I believe, I've actually seen a team successfully, unnerve Vagabonds Esports themselves, who have been extremely dominant in the competition. And that's what I want to see more of when it comes to Blackout. I mean, when we talk about the map dominance, when we talk about their knowledge of the map and where to circle around, by this time, after so long of that map being available in the game, that is an expected result from all of these pro teams. What we want to see is how do they take the fight up to the teams that have been dominant on Blackout, and how do they find the solution against them as well? I mean, if we look at Blackout overall, yesterday, it was an amazing performance from the side of GGT Esports, right? And this is when it comes to the placement. The kills were not too shabby as well. But where they struggled was isolated, which is why I wanted to see them perform a little bit better on isolated. But, you know, we didn't see all that too much of a performance, but it was an acceptable amount of performance. All they need to do is just continue climbing up the leaderboard. And now, although NRX 420 did manage to pick up 15 points, it looks like that didn't really do them much of a favor at all here, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, because when they fall down from a game, they fall down hard, like not getting a lot of points really. And that is where consistency really comes in. Even if you will not be crossing that halfway in terms of positioning for each match, at least get a decent amount of kills to maintain your movement, your trajectory. And I think the force right there is up and down, so it will bring you into middle most of the time, no movement up.
We will have to double check exactly what's going on here because I'm a little confused in terms of the points, but it's all right. We will catch up with the overall leaderboard later on, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the first match of Blackout, and what I expect to see in this Blackout matchup is no hot drops coming through because, if anything, it's a much bigger map in comparison to Isolated. We've only got 16 teams to deal with here. If I see a hot drop, my head is going to get a little hot, Neptune.
Well, I think they have a position already in here from this drop. And, well, Houseboat as well as Turbine. Well, we've seen this before. Actually, three. Turbine, Factory, and Houseboat. This has been seen yesterday. I was thinking that they will learn the lesson.
Loading na naman! Bakit ganon? Ay. So, hindi ko alam kung ba't nag-loading. So, please bear with me, guys. No?
But I think the challenge is in there. Rivalry normally ensues until one gives up, and no one's giving up right there.
And GGT just getting eaten up by the players of XIII Academy. But a good turnaround here from Shane as he manages to catch Yingzi off guard from the back. It looks like KKPG wants to drop by as well. Yeah, they only drop by to steal away the chopper from the compound. And Yo just shuts himself into a tiny little corner here. Makure jumps on it and gets punished by Yo. Fantastic play by Yo. But can he close the door quick enough? And he doesn't. Bombs out the smoke bomb and does not manage to slow down his opponent at all. The timing was a little bit off, a little bit sloppy from Yo, but he did manage to get at the very least one kill. Alien and Gab. Shane has the opportunity to turn things around, but will he get aggressive? He has got the guns to get this done. ASM-10 as well as the one and only Fennec in his hands, but unfortunately, it will not be something that he takes use of. He just waits for the players to back away, to go hunting for their own dog tags. He just wants to play this safe. I can't complain all that too much, but it looks like he's running away from the dog tags, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of a long flank probably that has been done by Shane. Poor, like, if they know their position, Shane's position earlier on, they will be trying to rush, especially as they had got the dog tag already. And going in for that flank, that long flank, will give Shane a good opportunity to turn it around. But with the position of these dog tags, it will not be easy, especially with the trap in there. It might be a hold as well by XIII right now because there's plenty of time to waste, especially with that Jackal just roaming around. They don't want to step outside of this building as well.
Yet another contender for this compound. NICAEA Falcons dropping by. XIII Academy might just have more meat to eat. Bear up top with the Jackal. Nobody's punishing the Jackal just yet, but Alien gets knocked out onto the ground out of nowhere. Dado gets that shot, and he manages to punish Alien and Gab. Final player from the side of XIII Academy, and he is in the exact same spot that Yo spent his time in earlier on. Let's see if he can catch a player off guard. Bear from the back. Shane is gonna get backstabbed. Shane didn't manage to go in and pick up those dog tags, nor did he manage to run away from this spot just yet. One footstep up above. Bear does manage to spot it, but he goes in for the chase, and it's the worst gun to use in a range like that. And finally, he switches it out to the M4 LMG, but finds absolutely no one. Dado gets a shot to the A as well. And that's how you finish it off. Bear What was that?
Yeah, but if Bear could have pulled out that like N4 already from the start of the of that chase, then that Shane might have been down already. No more sweat. I'm sure they're not sweating and all, but the time spent in there, they need to make up for the time, especially if they need to rotate later on because the next phase will be moving in.
Bro, we're missing a big fight here, man. NRX 420 taking the fight up to AXP. Back and forth it goes. Blink manages to get yet another shutdown, but DC shuts down Bobby. NRX 420, can they survive this battle against the Eternals? It looks like it might just happen here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And it looks like the Eternals have got what it takes to shut down NRX 420. Who would have expected that out of a team that has truly struggled at Blackout so far? AXP Eternals, a good turnaround, and all of that action caught just from the kill feed. We do apologize. We will try to catch up with the rest of the engagements a little bit later on. It seems to be like this compound brings a little bit more of action for the time being.
Yeah, I think they want to see the conclusion of this fight and missing out a lot in there. Though we're seeing one of the dinosaur, but it's not from NRX 420. It's GGT dinosaur right there.
The dinosaurs. GG, bro. E&E, let's see what they've got in store for us as they storm the front. They should be able to find the final player of T.E.A.M Academy, T.E.A.M Magnus, my apologies. And the setup here by T.E.A.M Sakala. He went out to the map all of a sudden. Daredevil shuts down Gab. Bye-bye, T.E.A.M Magnus, we say, as the final player. I don't know what he was doing in the corner because he could have just stepped on out, picked up a couple of dog tags. At the very least, one dog tag, scanned it through. But it looks like the job, the deed has been done because although Gab did lose his life, it doesn't seem like T.E.A.M Magnus has been taken out of the equation just yet because it looks like their dog tags are still active out there on the battlefield. So one player did get scanned through.
Yeah, one has been scanned before Gab took that position. Actually, it has been scanned before. There were two players from T.E.A.M right there, and before that one guy has been taken out, they were able to scan them. And that might be the saving grace for T.E.A.M in this fight. But right now, going against E&E Phoenix, we'll have to see who will be surviving. And Kurama right now, even being hit by that, I think the intention is to let them get onto that vehicle, but they just push them around.
But MJ, where did he go, man? I mean, he just had the vehicle in hand. Vehicle explodes. MJ nowhere to be found. Outside, playing the circle, and the advantage that the circle gives him against all of the other players. Has got the snowboard in hand to reposition, but it's just a little nerfed in terms of the speed out there on the regular grounds, and he doesn't really get to take advantage of the position that he holds. The rest of the players will be stormed. Rival, they meet their own rival. Out there on the battlefield with the one and only SIGRA KRONUS appearing out of nowhere, Neptune.
Yeah, SIGRA KRONUS is in there already into the smoke and into this fight. One already to their name and Bride taking on Nezuko as well as Nave is in there for ADM. Poring, this is one of the survivor in this team. Poring usually is the one left behind, but this time sticking together. But I spoke too soon. MJ in there going for the kill. Jack from behind, and we'll have to see how well they survive in this fight as a Diablo will pull out like the devil out there.
Yeah, that's what I hate about the M21, man. You've got a high rate of fire through that sniper, but what you don't have is a good hold or a good control on the beautiful knockback that it gets you. And obviously, speaking of knockbacks, SIGRA with a beautiful run over with the vehicle that he has on his side. And going back to the conversation of the M21, the kickback off that sniper, that recoil is just a little bit uncontrollable. So you have to try to focus on getting a good setup in the gunsmith to control the recoil overall. But it just doesn't seem to be the case with a lot of the players out there on the battlefield, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they need to move in and use those SMGs and ARs in this fight, especially in close range in battle just like this. If in case there was no blue zone in here distracting them, they can utilize those snipes, but SIGRA is still back, and I'm not quite sure if they'll be able to survive. How far is this next safe zone right now? Because they need to run, and they need to run quick, but SIGRA might be cutting them off.
Yeah, you know, the circle's not really going to be damaging you all that too much so early in the game. But what can damage you is other teams taking advantage of you guys straggling outside of the circle, right? Assassin brings the savior to the rest of the team members, and that is a chopper that's going to help them reposition instantaneously. But the team hops on out to focus on recovering a little bit of the HP, and this is what I'm talking about, the defensive plays, bringing the medic in and knowing exactly how far you can push your boundaries, and that medic player just saved the rest of the team members. NRX XIII, on the other hand, they have to deal with Riley Esports as they try to spot out a good opportunity to pick up all of those airdrops that are just on that right-hand side.
And Soul right now might be taken down on that last view that we have for NRX XIII, and there goes Soul being changed as a Soul right now, flying back into the lobby. So we'll have to see how will that end. But VITAS right now will be spotted by VAGABONDS Esports. So VAGABONDS Esports has maintained their spot in here in cargo docks, and one reason is because they lost one of the dog tags underwater. So they need to take out wanted VITAS first before getting those dog tags, but it's proving to be very difficult because it has been guarded by this aggressive team. And aggressiveness doesn't just go into the land, it also goes in the water, and Jabi and 010 providing that right now. And you know how I know how you love Jabi, so that is Jabi right there. I think that was named after that.
Dude, Jollibee's like the fried chicken you need to eat, man. I mean, anybody that hasn't tried Jollibee just yet, if we've got any international audience in the broadcast here tuning into exactly what Garena has to offer, y'all got to get yourselves down to the Philippines and check out Jollibee, man. One of the best fried chicken I've ever tasted in my life. VAGABONDS Esports, they don't care about what sort of chicken I've tasted. All they care is getting Blue's dog tag back. 010 off guard. You know, the grenade might just be the end to him, but it falls into the water. 010 repositions. A good spot by Luki, though. And 010 will get taken out of the equation. VAGABONDS Esports makes good work of that bird's eye view against their opponents.
Yeah, and well, I think they have a chance, but I don't think they will be able to bring back Blue into play. And there you have it. Blue will be out of the game. Different tactics will be done by VAGABONDS Esports, but there goes Kuzma in there. Yato maintain that high ground. It's good enough for them that they were able to eliminate this team. Oh, not yet. Still have Jabi in here still surviving in that edge. So we'll see what will be the approach of VAGABONDS Esports if they plan to eliminate this team of VITAS or probably take a good position later on.
And, you know, in terms of what Nix has been able to bring into the matchup so far, it seems like not a lot. Halfway through being picked up, and the pickup is successful. Nix right back on his feet, hops on over to heal himself up inside of the tank, and I'm pretty sure exactly what he'll be making use of later on is that railgun on top of it. Phaeton, on the other hand, couldn't get away from Miss Cutie, and Mizuki Cutie manages to shut him down. Viper from the back, AXP on a prowl. 9 kills so far. This team has woken up on Blackout.
Yep, AXP right now just moving along, but the Zinc will be taken down in there a little bit too far from the rest of the teams. The smokes will be released, but it's a little bit too late. The dog tags is in there just for the pickup. Now, Viper will be able to scan that, but will, with this team of ENE, this is the Falcons on the other side. They might be taken by surprise. So regrouping will be the key factor by AXP and getting away from this area, especially as they don't have any cover in this fight.
Of recovering from the fight, it looks like Zed has got a good position to work around with here, but the backstab from Team P might just be the end of him as he tries to go ahead and reposition. None of the other players have got his back. Team P finally starts firing up upon them. AXP Eternals, we talked about how they've been quite dominant in this particular lobby, and if they are able to catch out ENE as well, this is just gonna be one of the best rounds that AXP has seen in the competition so far. Off screen, Trace, they will go ahead and lose Yingzi. This is an opportunity for VAGABONDS to continue picking up all of those kill points, Neptune.
definitely. And kill points needs to be taken, especially as they lost blue in that process. And one thing that they do for sure is if in case they lose one member, not surviving with a complete squad, they make it up with the kills earlier on. So this might be a more aggressive VAGABONDS Esports that we will be looking into. And I'm not expecting them to be there on that winner spot, but just in case they do, it will also add up with the kills that they might be able to get in this game. But AXP as well as the rest of the teams will make that difficult because survivability is their focus right now. As we asked AJ, as we ask from them, because the kills department, I think they're doing well.
And in terms of, you know, them making sure they deliver what we ask of them, all I can do is just say, thank you very, very much. I mean, you know, on the commentary desk, all we want is to see the best out of teams, right? All we can do is just point out exactly where they should be improving. And it's up to them if or not they made those adjustments and bring those adjustments into the gameplay and dominate out there on the battlefield. AXP Eternals has been amazing so far. Now, let's see if or not we will see the rest of them take advantage of the positions being held, because DVK, you know, this is one of the teams that we've been expecting to step up for a while now, Neptune, but we haven't really seen them take that spotlight all that too much.
Yeah, I mean, they did well on the first round of yesterday, but due to technicalities has lost all those points. So I think there has been an internal feud. Hopefully not, but I think there has been something that happened that really dwindled their performance out there, because from the rest of the matches, they don't have that much in points. But this time, this is a chance for them to really get back on a track. Probably that 13th spot that they were taking earlier will be higher with the survivability that they're planning along. But hopefully they can bring back the kills they can get in this game, especially in this blackout map, because they are capable to do so.
And of all peoples that can be caught out here in the open field. Oh, NRX 69, crazy, good positioning, using Mother Nature as a little bit of a cover behind the tree, but Nyx gets punished out of nowhere. Kotaro off screen as well, catches hold of SIGRA. All of these battles happening at the very same time as the circle closes in. Little by little, they've got 1 more minute to make good work of this, and there's Miru with a good shutdown, manages to find that knock and then repositions and to call for a little bit of backup as well, whilst he recovers a little bit of his armor. And it looks like this open ground just isn't doing it for this team. They just need to find a little bit more cover, Neptune.
Yeah, they need to find a cover right now, and they're spread out a little too thin as well. As the rest of the teams that already got the compound, they might be taken down one at a time. But Riley, on the other hand, I think they are making do in this slope that no one is peeking just yet. And they are on the edge of the safe zone. That will make them safe. But the approach towards the next phase, as well as the next position, will be vital, because some of the teams has already been spread out. And as we can see, DVK in the middle of that with that compound, as well as their visuals from 360 from those windows, might be taking teams one at a time. But AXP showing a little bit of aggressiveness in their push, and this might not look good for the team of Vitality, but AXP slowly being taken down one at a time. Kim in the Jack gameplay, and will be pulling out that quickly.
Well, fantastic, man. I mean, as soon as he manages to get the knock, repositions outside of the window, Mizuki Cutie finds one, but couldn't even finish it off. The cluster out of nowhere drops Jesuo. Now takes Sucre out of the equation. Ultimate chaos out there on the battlefield on the very first matchup at Blackout that we find. MJ continues to take all of the players from the side of Rival to town. Nezuko dropped down onto the ground as well. Most wanted from the back. VAGABONDS Esports. Yato taken out of the equation. All they have is Luki to depend on. Nash out of nowhere recovers a little bit of his armor as well and hops on right back into battle. VAGABONDS only have 2 more to depend on as Yato loses his life as well. It looks like this is yet another game where VAGABONDS does not reach up to the top.
Yeah, 2 members remaining right now. They need to be safe, but where can you position yourself to be safe? Everyone is spread out, and the damage being taken by Nash right now, even with the mobility, can't take that much. Losing the armor, no time to armor up, and MJ right now surviving that hit from Nash, backing off of the rewind, but Smoke will give him this time. So a good plan right now is to stay alive, but where to hide?
And VAGABONDS Esports. Luki and Nash, 2 more players left on the side of the dominant team that we have within this lobby. But with just 2 more players, Mwezi could not use Mother Nature this time round. Luki saw right through him. Luki saw right through his strategy, and he continues to assassinate all of the players, and he aims assassin himself. Luki manages to bring out the snowball to reposition, and this is what makes Vagabonds Esports so dangerous out there on the battlefield. But you cannot tease the one and only Riley Esports in the previous matchup and not expect to be punished in the open grounds. Nash, final opportunity. Can he sustain for all of the other players? Spots out multiple teams, and Riley, they are the ones to put Vagabonds Esports out of the equation yet again.
Nash was just baited out there by Caleb. Caleb was just like pulling them in, and Yang will be finishing them off. That is what they're doing right now for the sides of Riley, and with this combination, I think they are on their way. A lot of teams are flying in, going for those ollie around them, but not hitting a shot just yet. Caleb right now needs to recover from this side, but Yang is still doing their work while Caleb needs a little bit more time. Mizuki Cutie will be taken out, not really looking from this side. And now it is 2 teams. ENE Phoenix might not be rising that well as Riley Esports will be taking them out.
Off. Dominant victory. Riley Esports, they tried once, they tried twice, and finally they get the job done. No NRX 420 to stop them this time around, and Riley Esports managing to finish up that round. 15 kills, 10 points out of their placements. Such a dominant performance over at Blackout. And a quick shout out to his baby as well, the one and only Caleb. What a performance out there, man. Riley Esports, they deserve this moment to celebrate just a little bit, because that was a fantastic performance from them. I'm pretty sure even after taking Vagabonds Esports out of their bird's eye view earlier on, they were a little bit disappointed with how that round turned out. But instead of taking that aggression and letting themselves drop in terms of performance, they just brought out all of that ferocious aggression in this particular lobby. And look at how that has served them here, Neptune. 15 slays on that battlefield.
Yeah, definitely. And I think they got the hint already from the previous round. They are on that, on their way. They just need to step a little bit more, and that is what they did in this game. They stepped it up. They positioned themselves not on the high ground, because they know that the focus will be on the high ground, especially on that small slope. So tactical-wise, Riley Esports, with the cover as well of that airdrop, I think that is one of the smartest thing that they can do, because you can put in 2 behind that. The rest of the teams will be snowboarding or probably running and hunting them down, and alternately positioning themselves behind that airdrop to recover their armor.
And in terms of recovering their armor, you also have to really focus on the timing of that armor being applied as well, right? Overall, it seems like, you really have to reposition before you play defensively, because if you stay out in the open, especially fresh off of an engagement, you are going to get punished. But if you notice in that final circle, almost nobody's playing around or tinkering with their armor, because there's just no opportunity whatsoever. You have to just shoot non-stop, which is a main reason why you have to focus on getting that advanced armor overcharger very early on in that game, either through the high tier loot zones in terms of focus for the looting process, or even focusing on those airdrops. But those are very risky plays that can get you caught out very early on. But if you really want to dominate that final circle, these are the elements that will be making the biggest of differences. Now, as we scroll down the overall leaderboard here, before we move on there, I once again want to give that shout out to AXP Eternals. We asked more from them. We asked for more placement points. We asked for more kills, and we got exactly that, Neptune. 3rd spot, and such a dominating round with 16 kills, outdoing Riley Esports themselves.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with the placement themselves, with the placement itself, it's already great performance for AXP. But we all know that they can provide us with a lot of kills in this board, and well, it's just more of a what it calls it. It complements itself. If you can kill a lot of teams, or probably, sorry, it's in reverse. If you can survive a little bit longer, and you already know how to kill And I think you can get a lot more kills if you end up on the third, second, or place.
And in terms of, the performance towards the bottom side of the leaderboard here, we can see, a little bit of performance being squeezed out by XIII, Magnus, but unfortunately for them, when Yingzi was dropped out there on the battlefield, the play just broke down, right? And Maku Curie tried his best to kind of back the team up, but couldn't even get a single kill. 3 slays overall is all they were able to pull off in this particular round. NICAEA Falcons, on the other hand, outperforming XIII Magnus themselves. This one is quite a surprise, and that in itself, in terms of the domination through the kills, Zed and Dardil, they provided all of those points, but we need to see more of a survivability play coming through from this team. Yesterday, they only managed to pick up a single point from all 3 matches at Blackout. So I guess this is most definitely an improvement. But as we move on closer down towards the bottom of this leaderboard, in the 16th spot, NRX 420. And once again, I have to focus on the efficacy of Raygun as well as Zeus. These boys need to start stepping up. You cannot be depending on Blink. You cannot be depending on Pabi all the time. And we were looking at this match only through the kill board earlier on. And it just looks like, Blink and Pabi, they were trying their best to back up these 2 boys, right? That was just failing. And what I need is for Raygun and Zeus to prove to us that they not only have the quality, but they can outperform Pabi and Blink themselves. Because if that doesn't happen here, Neptune, I think NRX 420 isn't really going to stand a huge chance in this competition.
Yeah, I mean, and they just jumped into Blackout, and I think, like, the way I'm looking at it from Isolated, they started not that much, but they started not that much, but slowly move in towards the 3rd round, and then they move into a different map, and they have to go back to the same process, and that should not be working.
Ito na naman.
You need to make those adjustments within game and fix it before the second game, instead of just wasting a whole day just for warming up as well as understanding the tactics that you need to do. So, I don't know how they plan to do it. I know they've done it already, but they need to make it a little bit quicker because time is running out for them.
Oh yeah, and when you talk about time is running out, you really need to keep an eye on that circle as well. With a lot of these teams on Blackout, one of the biggest, attention that they pay to, the biggest objective that they pay their attention to is actually finding a little bit of a defensive compound. But, when you just focus on those defensive compounds and don't really keep your eye on the circle, you see them rushing for a safer spot towards the very final moments. And that circle does a lot of damage, man, towards these final circles. So you really got to figure out your strategy. You really got to figure out your positioning a little bit ahead in time so that you can play that advantage against the other teams. And that's something that VAGABONDS Esports once again went to go ahead and do. But what happened this time around was they weren't holding on to any high grounds. And that's really difficult, if you ask me, in a map like Blackout, because you've got in terms of the elevation of that ground, you got a lot of hilly areas to play with, but not really a bird's eye view opportunity like what you usually get at Isolated. And that seems to be throwing off VAGABONDS Esports off their play just a little bit. But I have a feeling like Riley Esports will continue to force VAGABONDS to make all of those mistakes because they've got their eyes on their prize. And before even aiming for that prize, they've got their eyes on VAGABONDS Esports, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that this might do a little bit of change. And there's a fight, but VAGABONDS Esports, they have invested a lot of points already in this game. I'm just looking forward to what Riley will be pulling out to challenge the tactics, because if they can, like, one at a time, pull out a tactic to counter VAGABONDS Esports, like what we've seen several instances already, they might really break that code, solve the puzzle of VAGABONDS Esports. And that is what I'm looking for. An interview might be happening in there after all this for Riley Esports, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And, in terms of them stepping up their gameplay out there on the battlefield, it's just so beautiful beautiful to watch, right? And the best way to take advantage of all of these final circles is to take down the biggest predator in that final circle. And that is Vagabonds Esports themselves. Not once, but twice now, Riley has been instrumental in shutting down Vagabonds Esports. And that just opens up the game, opens up the map for the rest of the teams. But with Riley Esports not only taking down the predators, but also stringing that into winning that matchup, it shows us the quality that we can continue to expect out of this brand, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And hopefully more will be seen from Riley Esports and other teams as well. We are challenging you to move up, but Riley Esports are the only ones responding quickly. So hopefully the teams will be able to respond. And for those of you, well, we just have to wait a few more minutes because we will be going for a quick break. We'll be right back.
Man, I mean, as we jumped in to Blackout, painit ng painit yung game natin. But definitely, first game ng Blackout, medyo slow pace, yun nga, medyo slow pace. And definitely, hindi pa natin matatansya kung sino yung mga kasabay natin sa loot zone, sa area natin. But then, let's see, because match number 2 for the Blackout, definitely, yan yung aantayin natin. Let's go! Liz Freeman in the house with the exclamation point OT Pie. Thank you very much. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to Colicx Gaming. Hopefully you're still here. John Ralph Beltran, thank you very much for the like. Welcome to Colicx Gaming. And sa mga viewers natin who is jumping in to Colicx Gaming's page, thank you very much. Liking and sharing the stream. And definitely, to those peeps staying and definitely enjoying the Garena Survivor Season 2 watch party into the Paramount Gaming Esports Facebook page, Twitch, and YouTube accounts. Thank you very much, guys. All right. But anyways, congratulations. And I am expecting the Daderings to come in. Definitely, they had the win for match number 4. And now, moving into match number 5, I mean, tignan natin if Riley Esports will still be having the momentum on the Blackout. I mean, yesterday they've won 1 round with the Blackout, and definitely we are seeing their dominance into this map. Very open, and mukhang ito yung pinractice talaga nila to at least catch up on our leaderboards against Vagabonds Esports. But then, seeing the leaderboards a while back, very huge difference, very huge lead for the side of Vagabonds Esports, to the point na parang imposible ng may makapag overcome ng points, no? Okay. Pero let's see, because semi-finals of Group A is still not done. And as we jump into the Group B later on, after tomorrow, kasi after tomorrow will be, next day will be the Group B. So we will be seeing who will be the team that dominates the game. Because definitely, yun yung magiging kalaban ng Vagabonds Esports in terms of points, in terms of positioning, skills, and also yun yung mga kailangan, yung mga ma-expect natin sa game. Alright. So now we do have a 1 minute and 45 seconds. Okay. We still have time to talk. This is the only chance for me to talk. Just lang. Anyways. And Hi. So, and so in a moment, we are definitely jumping in back to the game with the casters. So, again, to all of our viewers from Colicx Gaming, thank you very much for tuning into the stream, watching the watch party with me, and definitely sa mga viewers natin in to the Facebook page of Paramount Gaming Esports, YouTube page of Paramount Gaming Esports, and definitely our Twitch page from Paramount Gaming Esports. Thank you very much. And so you can also invite your friends if gusto nila manood ng peacefully, di ba? Walang nakikitang toxicity sa page or sa comment sections. Ayan. Pwede nyong invite sila dito sa watch party natin. But then again, we'll be moving into our casters right now.
It's a day where multiple teams try to break the streak and the dominance that Vagabonds Esports has been serving us up so far within the competition. And this show is brought to you by Call of Duty Mobile. I am the Mustachio AJ. Beside me is my longtime friend and co-caster, Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, bringing us all of the analysis and data that these teams are showing us out there through their performance. And tell me, Mr. Data Guy, who is that one team that seems to be piquing your curiosity at the moment in Blackout?
Yeah, I mean, Riley Esports has been doing well. Even if they transition from isolated to blackout, they still managed to find out, study. I think they did a lot of homework already on the positioning as well as the rotation of Vagabonds Esports. And that is their target, not anyone else. Like, a lot of teams might be passing their way. That was just like collateral. The Riley Esports really is targeting Vagabonds Esports, taking them out from their prime location, and then like start picking them out one at a time.
Because we're talking about big brain plays, right? It doesn't matter how much you can find a good position, etc., yada, 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 in that final circle, if the dominant Vagabonds Esports is still alive and kicking. And therefore, once you remove them from the equation, your chances of winning tremendously increases, right? Yes, it also depends on how many of those kills you can get at the very same time as well. And thankfully for Riley Esports this time around, they had each and every single one of their team members alive and kicking, and they were able to engage with Vagabonds Esports from a distance. And that was one of the winning factors here for Riley Esports as well. Not really engaging with Vagabonds Esports face to face in, such close quarters combat, because one of the things that they did go ahead to realize as well is in the open fields, your best bet is to engage with all of those other teams with those long distance fights and keep that distance remaining open and wide as long as possible so that you can play a good advantage for yourself. And the positioning that they held on to in that final circle as well was quite impressive. And no one has been able to kind of take that response or any fight to Riley Esports just yet in terms of the consistency. But let's see.
Habang nagsasalita sila, watch lang. Kuha lang tayo ng pagkain natin, guys. Diba, no?
Phoenix, they better be on the watch out because they might just lose their second spot here, Neptune. Speaking of second spot, let's take a look at how the leaderboards look.
Yeah, leaderboards will be shown in a bit. And we'll see how it will change right there. And don't worry, AJ, it will be shown right now, and there gives us a chance to discuss this even further. As you can see, you were right. Only 10 points in between Riley Esports and Team Dow Phoenix. And this is not much, especially with the performance of Riley Esports right there. And I noticed one thing. I remembered one thing earlier for the gameplay of Riley Esports as well. They didn't go in full battle mode until they saw the final member of Vagabonds Esports being taken down. And I think that is one key factor that we need to take note in this game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And, they really play this cautiously. They are so careful in terms of how they approach that final circle. And that's going to be a huge winning factor for Riley Esports. Because if you look at the whole BR scene as a whole so far, I see a lot of teams focusing on their mechanical capability. I see a lot of teams focusing on their good use of their different classes that they bring into the composition of their fights. But I don't really see a lot of strategic plays. And that strategy is what's going to get you up to that number one spot. Vagabonds Esports is the only outlier in this situation because they are playing in a league of their own. These guys are so good at foreseeing the future. There is nowhere for you to run. There is nowhere for you to hide. They always know exactly where to find you. And that is proven through all of their kill points. 124 slays out there on the battlefield. And through all of those kills, picking up placement points becomes so much more easier for them. So who can out-strategize Vagabonds Esports themselves? Riley has started. We just now need more teams to step up to the plate and show us that they have got the confidence as well as the technical know-how in order to approach the situation well. But speaking of approaching said situation, ENE Phoenix, they need to approach the situation of losing their second spot a little bit more aggressively here, because if they don't do something about this, Riley's going to overtake them in this next matchup in itself.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Riley right now is on the move, and well, we'll have to find out if that will be in fruition, or probably Riley might be in the crosshair of a different team, and that usually happens, especially if you're taking the spotlight, taking down Vagabonds Esports, and we telling people out there, teams out there, that this team are moving up. So mostly we are just putting a target behind their back. Hopefully that's not the case, but that's one thing that we can anticipate as well.
Yeah, in terms of hopping on into the match number 5, let's see if someone in the name of 420 can bring in any sort of consistency in terms of performing well in here, because they do so well and then they bomb out, and they do so well and then they bomb out, and then they bomb out. It's a little bit unacceptable, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, well, consistency of up and down. Like, I think that's good to be in the middle, but consistency to be winning and taking a lot of points. That is what we're asking for. So that is a huge word, and I think we discussed that very, very much from other competition that we shoutcasted. But this time, a lot of teams has changed their ways in terms of drop points. I think there's only one team who has taken the houseboat, and that is Vitality as well as NRX XIII. But no, we still have GGT, and this team of GGT and T.E.A.M, who's still battling it out in this play, and hopefully this stops, AJ, because it is not looking good for the performance of either team.
I don't see T.E.A.M losing out on in a lot of these early engagements, man. I mean, overall, it's GGT that is GGing themselves, no pun intended. You know, at the end of the day, earlier on, we did see a little bit of a misplay as Gab just held on to that one small little compound, one small little room, and trying to take advantage of anyone that rushes him. But, you know, that was just too weak of a play. And yes, I do agree with you to a point where, you know, T.E.A.M Magnus didn't really get a lot of benefits from this early hot drop as well, but they were the ones who were able to kind of punish the players from the side of GGT Esports first and try to shut them down, which they effectively did all the way. So, you know, I'm not agreeing with the plays from GGT more than what I'm seeing out of the T.E.A.M Magnus team, because GGT has got a lot more to lose. They have done amazingly well in terms of catching up with the rest on the leaderboard, and if they continue to lose out on all of these crucial points, let's say they will just run away with this.
Yeah, the thing is, like, it's looking like deja vu right now. So earlier we've seen NICAEA Esports jumping into the battle, but earlier it was a little bit too late, wherein the battle is already over between these two teams. And like, the pattern is just so predictable. And if this goes on, T.E.A.M might not have that advantage anymore. Thus, they really need to break it out. If GGT is so stubborn to get out of this, well, it might be T.E.A.M who needs to make that move. And move they did, and said will be taken down there by Gab, using this as like MSMC right now on his hands. And well, lucky for them, they were not surprised at that point with that Jackal flying in. I think they read the situation as well.
Yeah, close quarters combat, MSMC gives you such a huge up in all of those gunfights, right? Because you don't even have to go in for your ADS, you hip fire your way to victory, and you don't even need to spray and pray. If you've got the MSMC, you've got that hip fire going on close range combat, even without praying, you get all of those fights on your side. The only thing that could make a difference if your opponent has a Jack in hand. So that's a GG for you. But thankfully, that just wasn't the case.
Siyempre masarap kumain habang nanonood, di ba? So sa mga viewers natin dyan, kain guys.
I believe this is the end of it. They are gonna try to disengage from this battle, but at the very same time, Team NICAEA FALCONS, earlier on they did rotate in to finish off these two teams. Again, they rotate into this position as well, but they see their players being dropped down onto the ground. Those dog tags, as they are picked up and scanned by Dardal, you know, nothing can really go their way because it looks like T.E.A.M is just heading on straight for their compound.
And here we have it. Oh, Dardal right now. It is jumping into. And that was a good pinch right now. One standing in on the stop already and the one following in on that zip line. And that is a good play really for this team of T.E.A.M. And GGT right now, I think they're running into the fire and trying to chase down T.E.A.M. And not quite sure what the plan is right here. But I think, oh, that might be the information being relayed by Shy Cutie right now from GGT with that sniper. But hopefully this works in their favor.
In terms of them trying to turn things around for themselves, GGT, this is a good engagement, but I feel like they're just taking on too much of chances in here, right? They're playing the ego challenge against the players of T.E.A.M. And they are expecting T.E.A.M to reposition. They want to hold on to this compound. But you have to think about who has got more to lose in this equation. And I'm not a guy who is in a lot of favor towards those risky plays. If you know you've got an opponent there trying to challenge you for a drop, I usually default to being the gentleman and letting them have that compound and moving on to a different compound, right? So GGT might want to consider that for themselves because luck isn't going to always be on their side.
Yeah, definitely. And I think a lot of teams has been unlucky right now because we've seen a glimpse of that earlier safe zone is towards that hijack, and a lot of teams has taken the right side of this map. So they will be taken by the zone plus damage being done by teams firing at them. VAGABONDS Esports starting to fight early in this game. Cluster in, oh, that was a smoke being pushed down and there. And Nash right now will try to go on to the other side while the rest of the teams just finish off this fight. And this team of ARMAMENT RODZINA. Now, Nash and the rest of the teams already 3 kills early into this game. Aggressiveness is being displayed, and it's expected because at some point they are seeing a challenge from Riley Esports, and they need to stack up on the points to maintain that lead.
VAGABONDS losing Luki so early, but Yato has got his dog tag in hand already, and just like that, they equalize the one downside that they have. That one man down isn't going to be too much of an issue to deal with, but GGT, as supreme as they have been in their earlier engagement, they don't really want to mess with the players of VAGABONDS. They disengage, quick flyby by the Jackal up top. And this zone that has moved away from VAGABONDS isn't going to hurt them all that too much at all. In fact, it doesn't hurt them even in the slightest as they take their time before moving on in. Blue disengages one player right in front of him. You know, the players of VAGABONDS Esports is so lucky with all of the decision making out there on the battlefield. MJ there backs that beautiful play by MJ to reposition right up top on the hill, and he shuts off Abu as he will not be able to disengage. Then Dwight getting stuck on the way to the top. I really like the adjustment that Call of Duty Mobile has brought into the vehicles as they try to go up this hill.
Oh, yeah, definitely. There's a lot of engagement right now that has been affected by those adjustments that has been done. But Assassin's the only one remaining in here in the fight. So despite of the good play in there coming from MJ, I don't think it's moving to their favor. But Assassin, I think they will be let go by AXP right now because AJ, we know the damage the AXP can put out into a game, especially with this one. And with 7 kills already to their name, even if they lose one, they will continue on. And especially, I think they're the team who was first on that drop, so loadout will be in there already. Arsenals has been prepared.
Fantastic, performance by AXP Eternals today, because yesterday at Blackout, this team, they weren't really ones to look out for, man. But today, They bring in all the dominance that they've shown us and isolated into Blackout as well. I don't know what sort of adjustment the team focused on, but the adjustment is supreme. And now, T.E.A.M Magnus right down below. No angle to play with just yet. Kimmy, S2 moving on towards the left-hand side, trying to spot out the players inside of the water. Information has been given away already. Kimmy, beautiful shot, engages, breaks the plate, but Yingzi slides away to play the safe game. Grenade out of nowhere. Is Kimmy going to be able to get this? If he does this, it's going to be one of the best god nades of all. But with that information, doesn't manage to nail anything. Kimmy misses Alien as well. Gab too far down the water, and this is the kind of advantage you have down in the water, unless you're going up against VAGABONDS Esports, man. Being underwater makes no difference at all.
Yeah, especially the cargo dock gameplay. And I think they got away from the cargo dock's gameplay already because they have been stuck in there for quite some time earlier in the earlier games. But being stuck will not be happening for sides of AXP because they know where to look now because they've taken down 3 members of T.E.A.M. Gab's the only one remaining. And I'm quite surprised that no one really glided to that rock, because that is the only thing that AXP has seen so far in this game. But Gab, what a hit in there! This dancing himself.
Gab, great moves, bro. He backs away into the water. D-Sing doesn't know where to shoot. Gab has the advantage from inside the water. He gets him, but Mizuki gets the spot, punishes Gab. Gab, fantastic positioning, fantastic response. Now it's not all over just yet. They do have one player on the side of 13 or T.E.A.M Magnus. Back on the way to pick up those dog tags, but it's all going to be to the game of luck. Most wanted on the other hand, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've got Ha joining us in the game this time around.
Yeah. I think this is a good change in there. And I think it's just a fun that that wants to bring out in this game. And his name, I mean, I don't know how to call it out. You're the play-by-play, AJ. I want to see how you call this out in the gameplay.
I'm just going to laugh every time he jumps into a battle. But thank you for changing your name. You're lucky you didn't get disqualified, buddy. Meow, Javi, Kuzma. Now let's see exactly what they've got in store for us here. Hopping on into the car, finally opening up the garage doors as they swoop on out. This is the play I want to see at Blackout. Getting yourself a vehicle, moving around, fast pace on such a huge map, flat lands. The vehicles are a must, and if possible you need to go in with a dual vehicle play because you just cannot know exactly when someone's going to be bringing that FHJ into that final circle a little bit later on. But what it looks like as Team Dow VITAS is searching for is that airdrop on the way in here, nephew.
Yeah, and that is Meow who will be able to provide that information, especially with that Jackal in hand. VAGABONDS Esports, well, as usual, taking a high ground and also near this airdrop that they can take right now, but the team will be moving in. KRONUS will be in there, jumping out of nowhere. And I think that was a mistake by SIGRA KRONUS. You will get out, especially when you have a whole team. I learned that the hard way, AJ. Is like my teammates, when I'm playing, when I get out aggressively, I will be taken out and they will be struggling in getting those dog tags.
Raul, what's happening? Riley Esports losing one of their players. Little unfortunate. I don't think anybody shot him down. Could be the circle, could be anything. Maybe he popped a grenade and then got taken down himself. This is the leaderboard for after 3 rounds, although we are in the 6th one or 5th one already. VAGABONDS Esports still at the very top, 183 points, but Phoenix slowly but surely catching up with them. And a little bit of a correction here, NRX 420, 51 points in that 9th spot. They're slowly catching up with GGT themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they really need to catch up. Like we mentioned earlier, the target here is to take the top 8, and then they're in a good way when it started. But hopefully they can continue this on because including this, there's only 2 rounds remaining for this team for them to reach a top 8 and show a great comeback. If they plan to take it a little bit too slow and wait for that day number 3, like with the adjustments being done, especially with Riley Esports studying the gameplay, they might be the ones being taken out early in the fight.
And in terms of what NRX 420 can continue bringing on into this matchup, we will see. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, As far as climbing up the leaderboard, they have done a fantastic job from the 18th position all the way up to that 9th spot. But the journey isn't over, and the saving grace here for the kings of old, NRX 420, is the fact that there isn't a lot of points between them and the few teams that hold the positions above them. But AXP Eternals continuing to shut down player after player. Vagabonds Esports, on the other hand, I don't know how Vagabonds Esports, I don't know how, but they still manage to dominantly find the opportunities to shut down player after player out there, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, that movement with the rewind class, getting information as to how many is on that ledge, but how they jump in and find them, then that's more of the information gameplay that has been done earlier on this approach. But we'll have to find out if they can clean this off. Only one member remaining for this team of GGT Esports, and the rest of the teams are now surrounding them, and they will be at the crossside of NRX 420, Vagabonds Esports, and NRX 420, plus a lot of teams just moving around them, and Blue was able to take down Pappy in the process.
Yep, Pappy caught out, and there's no doubts whatsoever that Vagabonds Esports, the bloodlust showing now as they catch out player after player in their way. Nobody stands a chance when they are going up against this version of Vagabonds Esports. They spot you, they don't spot you, you still die. That's the kind of dominance that they bring into all of these rounds. Nash now peeling away from the rest of his team members, trying to hold on to as high of a ground as he can. GGT's Yo on the approach from the back, but he's playing this solo, and he needs to wait for the rest of his team members to catch up with him as well, or else there's just gonna be no option. And Yato finds him, shuts him down. Nobody stands a chance against this version of Vagabonds Esports.
Yeah, Vagabonds Esports a little too aggressive compared to what they usually show in the other rounds of this game. Even in the previous season, they usually start slow into this match, but this time on the 4th pace, already 13 kills, and I think they're aiming for the highest kill in record for this Garena Survivors Season 2. But one thing that we'd like to see is how well will wanted VITAS going to fight against Vitality at this point. But the rush right now by Vitality is on, as one will not be picked up in here in the names of Meow. But good thing but Jabby was able to take that or go for that takedown. Otherwise, it will be a wasted effort. But there goes Meow out for the count.
And that's what happens when you waste all of your 9 lives in the first round of this game, bro. You gotta store it up, Neptune. You gotta play all of those 9 lives well, all the way down to the very end. Just not standing a chance against all of these other teams. Kuzma, on the other hand, loses all of his armor. Jabi out in the open, playing with fire, and he's about to get punished. Kuzma and Jabi, opportunity as they peel away from each other. Here comes the Slayers from Vitality CL, and it looks like although Jabi gets away, his partner stands no chance. What just happened? Shane, he busted that player away, but Riley Esports has got a little bit of backup and roll.
Yeah, but the thing is, a pickup will be done for Yang right here, and Rao's the only one remaining in this fight. The safe zone will be closing in, thus a lot of damage on HP already. Even if they go for that pickup by Yang, it's still a GG's for them, because they will be going back and forth in there. But it's a good thing that Riley will be able to survive, and this time, this will be more of a passive gameplay from them. Not so much on the kills department, and also not so much on a chance to bring down Vagabonds Esports for their position.
Lazy from the back, hops on into the vehicle with the rest of his team members, and NRX XIII very wisely gets away from the battle out there. And unfortunately, the driver is just a let up and GG'd out there. What a run over. And it looks like the hit and run is perfect for the side of NRX XIII. Wisely hops on right back into the car. What sort of a play are we witnessing in here? But Vagabonds Esports, and now through the smoke, it doesn't matter. They're getting tagged up out there in the open grounds at the very least. They have got the snowboard to work around with here. And as he turns around, perfect 180, D-Sing still manages to shut him him down without any desyncs whatsoever. The sync is perfect, and it looks like desync continues to tag them up, but Yato through the smoke manages to get one knock. Mizuki QT from the back shuts down Nash. Yato taken out. Bye-bye, Vagabond.
This time it is AXP who was able to take down Vagabonds in there, and they end up with number 5 spot. And even if we lost Riley into that fight with only a few
Grabe, 23 kills. AXP.
teams who are trying to gun down those in the top. And NRX XIII, as we've seen earlier, the wise decision that they've done, I think it is time for them to dominate this game. 4 teams remaining and 9 soldiers. They are one of the teams that is complete. So this is their chance. Hopefully they don't mess this up with unwise decisions.
And NRX XIII, opportunity to show us exactly what they've got and what they can serve up for the rest of the COD community. GGD, cheekily, in the name of Dinosaur, managing to soar right through the edge of the circle, but gets caught out by Wise. The positioning is supreme from the side of NRX XIII, playing that high ground advantage to their best ability. And on the other side, we still have got Team Dow VITAS going in for those shots. Kimmy, oh Kimmy, can you survive out there in the open ground? Not even using the tree, but the ninja moves on through. So taken out. D-Sync manages to get that backstab again out of nowhere. But NRX XIII, Wise plays, Wesley finishes it off.
Yeah, we read it. NRX XIII has started with the study and adjustment that they need to take this win. Yet another team of NRX is showing up right now, but again, one time would not do that much. They need to be consistent in this game, and this win might be the motivation that they need to be able to bring that or bring their teams to the top 8. How well can they maintain this? Coming from 14 from the previous round to the top 8, that's a lot, but a good jump indeed will be taken by NRX XIII.
Oh yeah, man. And you know, when we look at the plays earlier on, fantastic. You know, each and every single team out there on the battlefield doing a lot. But Vagabonds Esports, I feel like, you know, they did so much in there, even without getting that #1 spot as they usually do. There's no need for it. 17 kills in that 5th place, and they were not punished by a lot of the teams out there on the battlefield. And that is a loss for the rest of the teams. As far as Vagabonds Esports is concerned, they're doing more than enough to keep that #1 spot to themselves. NRX XIII, fantastic plays, playing that high ground advantage and playing it perfectly against all of the other teams. 12 kills, 10 from the placement points, and they are supreme in round number 5. But AXP Eternals, we asked for it. We got exactly what we wanted. Neptune, they went berserk in this round. Look at the number of kills, man. You just between Mizuki, QT, and Viper, you've got 14 kills there. 24 in addition with 10 that D-Sync threw in there. Fantastic dominance at Blackout.
Yeah, I think from what happened yesterday when they played out Blackout, they were really trying to figure out the positioning first, especially with the drops, but capability of the kills, that has been seen already on that day #1. And this time, since they have I would say a few hours of rest after the game, they jump in, find out what rotation they can take, as well as how can they take advantage of the most skill as they jump into every phase of the safe zone. That is what XP is doing right now, and hopefully they continue this on, because this is a team that I know this is a brand that has been well known in community tournaments, but not so much in the major competition just like this. And this is a chance for them to really move up and show this AXP team that they are here to get that win.
Oh, and they are doing hella good to do exactly that, Neptune. I mean, if they want to make a name for themselves at Garena Survivors, I think they are most definitely doing that already, especially with this round, man. Fantastic dominance, outclassing so many other teams. But speaking of outclassing, a team that got outclassed was NRX 420 yet again. You cannot dominate. You cannot get that #1 spot, get the whole COD community excited, and at the very end, bomb storm out once again. Boys, we need to see you guys step it right back up no matter what. But we understand that it is a journey and nobody gets from point A to point Z in a snap of a finger. The boys from NRX 420 have just started, so let's see exactly where they can end by the time we get towards the close of the competition. 8th spot picked up by SDPH with just 1 kill coming through from King. Nothing to shout about, but something to shout about is XIII Magnus. Beautiful play. 6 kills in the 12th spot, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, if just in case they might be able to continue what they did on the earlier parts of the competition and probably let go of the drop point. I think that's what hampering them to really get a good placement point, because damage has been done, and the moment that you lose 1 or 2 of your members and wait for the time of the revive flight, you've already lost a lot in terms of objectives. Other teams are already focusing on loots, airdrops, and upgrades, wherein you're going and fight off NICAEA Falcons on the early engagement, or sorry, GGT on the early engagement. And just in case you don't survive, or if you survive, a lot of times it's been spent already, and a lot of teams have seen that situation. Remember, AJ, early engagement gives out information from the kill feed, and if other teams has read your drop points, it's most likely that you will be weighted. You will be haunted on that drop point where you started that engagement.
Oh yeah, and in terms of going in there for those early engagements, you can also be punished, mainly because if you go ahead to drop some early numbers whilst you're rotating, and you don't know who to expect, man, because if there's one thing that I've noticed from the Garena scene, not all the teams have managed to master their strategy and rotations as well as I would have expected them to by this point of the competition, which is a little bit disappointing, because if you really want to dominate, you need to plan out all of your drop spots and all of your rotations in towards whichever compound, whichever final circles as best as possible. And it just looks like teams are just taking that drop, then yes, they're planning their drops, but from that drop in towards that final zone, they're just playing it by ear, and that's not something that's going to get you all the way to the top unless you're cracked like VAGABONDS Esports. Then maybe you stand a chance. But if you're not VAGABONDS Esports, you can't play it by ear. You have to plan every single move now.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 approaches that we've seen so far that really work, especially in planning in the safe zone. Like 15 seconds before the next phase closes in and show that that next phase of the circle, you need to position yourselves in the middle, at least I would say halfway through on the distance from the middle to that original position of the safe zone, of the edge of the safe zone. Once you've done that, whether it's quarter 1, quarter 2, like I'm talking about quarter breaking the circle in 4, you can position yourselves easily, getting yourself in a good spot, and then have a chance to gatekeep anyone from the rest, and also decide on where to take the high ground.
And in terms of the decision of taking that high ground, you have to play it smartly as well. And it seems like a majority of these teams are slowly figuring it out, right? NRX XIII playing that high ground advantage perfectly this time round, but it has to go hand in hand in terms of getting that information and repositioning yourself, because that high ground advantage sometimes can be a disadvantage if those teams know where you are, and if you make yourself a sitting duck. Holding on to the edge of that high ground just allows the other teams to snipe you out. But the saving grace here was that the edge of that zone was just so close to the other players, and NRX XIII just had that circle push everybody towards them, and repositioning to get those final kills just turned out to be just all that too easy. But the journey for NRX XIII to continue up to the top still is long, but overall, in comparison to the full performance of Blackout on day number 1 versus what they've picked up in this game alone, I think it's a world of difference. And they just need to find a way to bring in these consistent plays. And I know consistency is just something that I've talked about so many times, but gotta bring that consistency in if you want to dominate the competition, man. I mean, if not, you're just going to see that leaderboard switch up and down towards whoever that Lady Luck looks at and smiles at most of the time, and you can't leave winning to getting lucky, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, there's one reason why we talk about consistency, because it's like it's a double-edged sword. You can be consistent, but at some point you take the risk as well. So hopefully you take calculated risk, still remain consistency in your progression, your approach, and improvement. But improvement will be seen because we are going to the last match of today, and this is where a lot of engagement will be happening. But we'll be talking about that later, AJ. We'll be going for the quick break. Take this advantage of liking and sharing. We'll see you in a bit.
Let's go! Like and share the stream as what Gentleman Gaming have said. Yun. Ano to? May ano nang tawag dito? Anyways, umaya na. Anyways, and to all of our viewers, match number 5 is done, and definitely we have seen NRX, the branding, getting the W on match number 5. NRX XIII. And alright, so let's see. As what we have seen in there, NRX XIII also struggling in their points. So definitely we need to see them really come up with a great effort on their game, right? And let's see, because I mean, they had the W on match number 5. Let's see if that points, the placing points, their kills that they have on that match will boost their points up into the leaderboards. And ay, may mga nababasa lang. But anyways, to all of our viewers, thank you very much, Jason, for liking the stream. And welcome to Colicx Gaming again. And sa mga viewers natin, Liz Freeman, another caster from MALAYSIA Esports League, thank you very much. Thorvik, hello, naulol ka na. Sabi niya kay Romir. Yan. Anyways, Zen, thank you very much for the notify. Welcome to Paramount Gaming Esports. Again, to all of our viewers, please don't forget to like and share the stream. And ayun nga, we've seen, a lot of toxicity into the main page of Garena. So hindi naman natin mapiplease yung mga tao, but if you're into a tahimik na community, tahimik na watch party, you could invite them in to our watch party here in Paramount Gaming Esports, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, and definitely sa ating page, Colicx Gaming, diba? And so anyways, mamaya na natin tignan yan. Daddy Rings Gaming, and congratulations getting the top number 1 spot on match number 4. And so as we jump into our last and final match of the game, let's see who will be getting the W, because definitely magiging mainit kasi this will be their last chance to get some points. And definitely if you're gonna be jumping into a game, kailangan maseryoso tayo sa second day onwards, because tomorrow that will be the last day that you will be earning points for your teams, diba? For your name. Ay, and may mga kailangan tayong replyan pero mamaya na yan. Ay, anyways. Ay, and so we do have 48 seconds remaining before the last and final match start. So again, the mga viewers natin who is still up and kicking, last and final match. Please don't forget to support your teams into the comment section. Type in !notify hashtag your team the team that you support. Here you go. All right. Hi. So I guess that is it. Mamaya-maya. And kakakain ko lang. So hopefully sa mga viewers natin, kumain na rin kayo, no? So anyways, balik na tayo sa caster deck in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Mustachio and gentlemen, let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is Garena Survivors 2 Legacy. We have seen 5 rounds already in this game. We're up to the last one, and a lot of adjustment and changes has been done by the team as well as the leaderboard. We're going to see it later on. But before that, we are casters and your host. I'm Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. Together with me is amazing caster Mustachio AJ. And AJ, how do you feel right now that Vagabonds Esports, I think they found a little bit of trouble with, in the names of other teams out there?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And that's what makes me so excited, right? I mean, it's going to be super boring to just hop on into a broadcast day after day after day after day, match after match, to just see one team dominate everyone. You know, I'm very happy to see other teams are waking up. I'm very happy to see other teams punishing the dominant predators of the competition overall. And Group A has had Vagabonds Esports rule it all this while. And through strategy mainly, right? Always with that high ground advantage that they play against other people. Their game sense is just absolutely outclassing all other teams. You know, they know exactly where to look, exactly where to shoot. And that is something that you get after years and years of pouring each and every single moment, each and every single waking moment into making sure your gameplay on CODM is just absolutely perfect. But you know, even the most dominant predators have got a weakness, and that is the responsibility of the other teams to go ahead to find out exactly what it is and exploit. And Riley Esports have been doing a phenomenal job at that, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. For 2 consistent consecutive map, they were able to take down Vagabonds Esports in their position, the high ground. That's just one piece of the puzzle that they have solved. It's more of how Vagabonds adjusted it, especially on the previous match. They became aggressive, and that is another piece that they need to solve right now. Whether it's Riley Esports or probably AXP, because AXP has given a lot of potential in terms of killing, so they can start it off early, find out the position and rotation of Vagabonds Esports, and that might be the solution to the Vagabonds puzzle.
Absolutely, man. And you know, you have to figure out exactly what these solutions are. At the very same time, not just make that your primary target, right? You have to figure out what is your strategy going to be. Your strategy cannot be to just aim to take down the top predator of the competition. You also have to focus on your positioning. You have to focus on playing the meta of Blackout as a whole. You need to get your hands on those vehicles. You need to reposition at a moment's notice, but you also need to know exactly where you're driving into. As what we've noticed so far, driving uphill, especially on Blackout, just doesn't seem to be serving up any of these players well, and therefore they go ahead to abandon the vehicle. That's not supposed to be the solution. The solution is you have to know where you're driving into. But you know, speaking of knowing where you're driving into, the players of Riley Esports, although they know their target is to overtake ENE Phoenix has just been an absolute pain throughout the whole day, always performing just enough to keep a couple of steps ahead of Riley Esports. And to catch up still seems to be a little bit of a challenge. But one team that has managed to catch up with their brothers is NRX XIII. From doing abysmally in the competition, they've now managed to outclass NRX 420 themselves to pick up the 10th spot here, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, especially you talked about the vehicle gameplay, and I think NRX XIII has used that vehicle gameplay, not a motorcycle though. It's more of the rally car that they use. All together, they go in for the push. They know when to drop, when to go down from that vehicle, as well as to take advantage of the damage, the potential of damage that they can put into play. But just in case it will be an escape mission, they can do that as well, thus surviving a lot more with more members numbers compared to the other teams. And that is one thing that has been done by many teams, survivability, keeping a 4-man squad or even more compared to the other teams who are challenging on the later part of the safe zone. So hopefully NRX XIII will maintain this and keep the consistency compared to what we've seen from NRX 420.
And of course, we have to focus on the teams that have been making a big name for themselves in here, mainly AXP Eternals. Fantastic performance in day 2 when it comes to Blackout. Yesterday, they blacked out on Blackout, bro. They didn't show up. They couldn't pick up anything. They were abysmal. They hands down sucked at Blackout. But today, my, oh my, oh my, AXP Eternals popping off left, right, center. Blackout is their home. Blackout is their map. And they have even more slays than Riley Esports, as well as ENE Phoenix. How crazy is that? And all they need to do is just focus a little bit more on those placement points. And before you know it, they are going to be the contenders for that #1 spot against Vagabonds Esports. But of course, T.E.A.M, Magnus themselves have been showing us a few good plays. And the one thing that I'm not a huge fan of is that hot drop. They either have to back away from that location or they have to punish GGT Esports for continuously dropping on in there, because it's GGT that won out the previous round, man. So if T.E.A.M Magnus wants to do something about this, they need to start with looking for a different spot.
Yeah, definitely. And it's not a matter of ratio of who to win and like a ratio of when you are going to win and lose in a gunfight. It's more of the time that you have wasted going in challenging a different team. We're in, like I mentioned earlier, you can focus on the objectives, taking the loots, taking the airdrops and upgrades early into this game. And also with the Blackout map, mobility is a factor. So a vehicle can come into play. So we'll have to see if that will still be the case. Otherwise, I don't know what I can do with these two teams, right? Jumping into the factory, like all the time. From the first match that we've seen them on Blackout, they always go in this factory and challenge each other compared to Houseboat, wherein Houseboat is a little bit bigger and they can split up by that river. Factory is a different story. All they have to, all they're doing is clumping in the middle, fighting each other, and then once you get out, it's all open ground. A lot of teams can pick you one at a time.
You know what it is, man. Rival Berto. This is the money hill. Very easy to defend, very hard to break. Let's see what Rival brings out from Braid. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, just love it, baby. And it looks like the fight between two teams, very specifically T.E.A.M Magnus as well as GGT Esports, continues at this compound. Neither one wants to give up in this ego challenge. Both think that they can dominate this compound. Only one will be able to prove themselves. And I really want to know exactly who it is. And I hope to God the losers find a different drop spot, because it's just way too risky. You know, not only do we have Blackout, a huge map with multiple compounds for you to hop on into, we've reduced the number of teams from 25 to 16, and they still find a hot drop, Neptune.
Yeah, like one thing that I will ask them is if they want to, you can send a message to my page and I'll give you those drops that haven't been taken just yet, just in case no one will is looking out for that for this team. So hopefully they'll be able to change their mind. But GGT right now, oh my God, Shane, the moment that Shane just pops his head, will be taken down, and Dinosaur and the rest of the team will not be doing good right now. And Dinosaur, even with that advantage, is still losing. So GGTs, all I can say, probably GGs.
Yeah, absolutely, man. GG's all around. And XIII holding on to the position that Yo took earlier on with the exact same angle. Did they practice this like 3 million times? Because they're like, okay, guys, when all poo-poo hits the fan, we all run into this small little corner. And looks like XIII is not as good as Yo playing that angle. What a fantastic shutdown. Gab himself running in to that one and only angle. And there's no guesswork here, Neptune. It's just go back into the exact same compound, the exact same location to find the final player of GGT.
Plus, another team is doing the same thing, passing by with a jackal. This is deja vu all over again. And I don't know when this will change. I mean, it was exciting at first, I would say.
Yeah.
I like what you mentioned. Seeing one team dominate a game, it is exciting at first, but like 3 times already? Oh my God, let's change tactics already. Probably let's put this last game into isolated, just in case, just to break that pattern.
But unfortunately, we are on our final game at Blackout. In 3 rounds in a row, all 3 of these teams that we see back to back have gone in with the exact same drops, exact same rotations. Okay, maybe that's the kind of consistency that may be good for some people, especially when it comes to the performance of NICAEA Falcons, because they've actually been able to play these rotations quite well for themselves, Nephew.
Yeah, I mean, well, NICAEA Falcons, they are, I guess this is one reason why they use the same thing, because it is working for them. And what works, why fix it? But if it's not working once or twice after several instances that you jump into, then hopefully that will be the trigger for them to change. But trigger might be happening in here. SDPH is spread too thin, as NRX 420 will be on their sides, AJ. And this might be a chance for NRX 420 to really catch up to the points if SDPH will be spotted in this game.
And in terms of being spotted, that's one thing, but how do you respond? How do you hold on to your defensive positions? That's what's going to decide your fate. NRX 420, very slowly now, moving on in for the shutdown. 1 player on the flank, and it looks like it will be your one and only ray gun with the vehicle. Doesn't take advantage of the situation as well as his position, but instead just moves on in for a good defensive side. Bobby can be the person that makes the difference. Dwayne hitting that rewind and wastes 1 cycle of it. I don't know how big of a decision that will be to affect exactly all of his plays later on, but we will see, because if Dwayne cannot hit another rewind later on because of that waste of charge, that might just be an absolute GG from the guy, because that might have been a fat finger moment.
Yeah, I mean, probably, but, well, we'll have to find out. NRX 420 right now, there's one thing that we've seen so far from them. They have been distracted so many times, thus they lose some of the gunfights. As you can see, SDPH is quite near. So even if they see a different team out there, like, all they have to do is just get the information on their rotations and continue onto the hunt. Because I'm pretty sure SDPH has been spotted already at once, or a glitch, probably a small sound has been heard in there by NRX 420, and all they have to do is finish them off. But speaking of finish them off, we have VAGABONDS Esports going in for the fight, finishing off Rivalry right now. And Berto is the only one remaining, being gunned down by Luki, and we'll have to see if Luki will be able to make this kill. And there you go, just turning just in time and taking out Berto in the play. 3 kills already for this team. And we'll have to see more from VAGABONDS Esports as this continues on.
Bobby strikes from the back. And in terms of what they can pull forth in this matchup, Nash, beautiful SMRS takedown. Nash couldn't get away quickly enough. Riley Esports on the other hand, as they try to find a better position for themselves. I feel like this is a good play from them, because they've got not 1 but 2 vehicles. This was the strategy, this was the meta that I was talking about, that you need to take advantage of in Blackout, because you've got a huge map to traverse. And Bobby going to town with the players of SJPH. That's the 2nd player he has knocked down back to back. And NRX 420, they have to deal with Wayne. And Wayne goes through 2 players, but does not take advantage. He just wants to run away as quickly as possible. Here comes Zeus, and with that shot from the FHJ, might just be the difference maker in terms of him and SDPH.
Yeah, I mean, NRX 420 is feeling like Indiana Jones in there, and Dwayne is the Rock, and they're moving in towards them. And no pun intended, you know, Dwayne the Rock Johnsons. But yeah, VAGABONDS Esports still in battle against AXP. And AXP right now, this is the team that we challenged to take down VAGABONDS Esports early on. And I think they're failing miserably in this fight. It is now 7 kills from the 3 kills that we've seen VAGABONDS Esports already. A lot of aggressiveness coming from VAGABONDS Esports. I'm just wondering where this is coming from.
And I think it's coming from the place of VTL, slowly circling the surrounding position. Fate on! Beautiful shots! will be able to punish Z, but Blue out of nowhere takes Raytan out of the equation. Vagabonds, just beautiful shots. And Shy with a beautiful knock with an SMRS. Nobody would have expected that. And Shy not taking advantage of that knock at all. One knock, they know it's Vagabonds, and they say, bye-bye, we don't want to fight you right now.
Yeah, definitely. And Shy right now, they need to wait because they have a one coming back from the revive flight, and Vagabonds Esports is a team who might take them down before the timer counts down. Yano is only one in here who has been taken down with that SMRS, and Vagabonds Esports will take this area to themselves. Now, 8 kills already to their name. What is the plan of Vagabonds Esports? Coming from this area, they just need 45 seconds. So they might be just staying in this because they pushed anyone who might be challenging them already in this game. And speaking of challenge, Riley Esports is up for the challenge right now as they battle SIGRA KRONUS in this area near a fracking tower. But we'll have to see. Vehicle gameplay coming from Pouring right now. Pouring is out and no hits just yet. DPK also showing up in this battle.
Won't be right for that ATV, but it doesn't matter. Pouring now, opportunity. Oh, manages to catch out Asta. Hasta la vista, the one and only Asta. Pouring tells him, and it goes out fighting at the finisher. Oh, cheeky little move. Pouring as SIGRA now turns around, side finds other players and hits that rewind for a quick reposition and plays the defense fantastically. DVK right in front of him. Dovakin, what sort of an advantage can they take against the players of SIGRA? And on the way into this battle, the one and only Riley Esports, things are getting harder by the second, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And we have a glimpse right now of where the next safe zone is. And these teams are already in the middle. So it's more of positioning themselves and not so much of high ground that they can take advantage at this point. A lot of teams are still about to cross that river. So they might be having a little bit of trouble, especially as this team, if I'm not mistaken, it's NRX 69 still on houseboat. Trying to gatekeep anyone who's crossing that bridge. So it's a good start for them. It's not too far in the edge of the safe zone. And if they clear that area out and the other teams will just be funneling on that bridge, a lot of kills might be taken by NRX 69, and then they are ready to fight a little bit of distance from the other teams. They can prepare, they can position themselves, probably use a vehicle to surprise other teams as well.
Yeah, let's see if or not there will be a surprising play or one that we are very used to. Riley Esports slowly approaching the situation, and it looks like Vitality won't really be able to run away all that too far. Watts has got the information, hits that rewind, repositions wise with a drive-by, doesn't find a single player and distracts Watts just for that very moment. And it looks like this is just all-out chaos impending in the next few seconds. Vagabonds Esports joins the party as well. They have got the open grounds to play with. Everybody else has got a good house to work around with, and Vagabonds, they peel away. They don't want to take a risky fight here, Neptune.
Yeah, they will be peeling away right now, but they're in the middle of everyone else. Riley Esports right now, the next challenger that we mentioned earlier. Vagabonds Esports just going in that hit list to everyone that we asked to take them down, and Riley was able to go in for that kill. Vagabonds was able to take that kill against Riley already, and Watts right now just backing off in there together with Kotaro, but FHJ in hand, Nash missing that shot, but the chase is still on for Vagabonds, and I don't think they will be letting that go easily. And oh no, I spoke too soon. Nash just let that go because 13 is already on the sides of the rest of Vagabonds.
Yeah, Trece on the back, and as they approach very slowly, Liuki repositions, finds a little bit of a defensive position for himself, one small tiny boulder to work around with, but the players are not stopping because a good flank from Trece. Magnus can be all of the difference maker. Liuki continues to charge on Forts. Forts 1, Alien doesn't get away in time, but the ninja saves his life, and Alien repositions Mother Nature for the protection, and Liuki finds the angle. One more shot from his grappling hook does not save him. Alien dropped down onto the ground. The kind of aggression from Vagabonds Esports continues in the competition, and Liuki, beautiful shot, 11 kills so far. They're looking to dominate this round as well, Neptune.
Yep, and 13 right now has a pickup position, but not so much safe one. And Armin RODZINA has already taken this, so with the 2 members of 13 already in this area, I don't think this will look good. And there goes Maki Beauty being shot down by Zemiru. It's a good thing that Zemiru will not be able to make those hits, but they need to regroup right now just to be on the safe side. And Armin RODZINA, KKPG, providing that much information from this tower. But this is a risky move because a lot of teams might be targeting you, especially as you are the one on the high ground. So hopefully KKPG has a plan of exit in this matter, same as Mako Cutie is doing. But Nyx, on the other hand, missed that opportunity to go for the kill and missing. Oh, Yingzi was left behind, AJ.
Oh, nice spotting by KKPG here. But in terms of what they can do with all of this information from the bird's eye view still is quite questionable because they don't really have the kind of gun to take at full advantage of this situation. You know, once again, that M21 with the high rate of recoil will be the biggest difference maker. Yingzi, though, doesn't seem to find it to be a problem at all. Beautiful shutdown. Yato gets a knock onto Maku Cutie with his trap. And Yao, reposition. NRX 69 for the battle will be able to spot out Team NRX 420 from across, but that hill just blocking out a lot of that information. But for the safe place first, as they find a small compound to work around with, we just need to see if or not this is the right decision. For the time being, nobody's going to challenge them for this location yet, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And close to them is Riley, and we're seeing some takedowns against Riley. Kotaro will be taken down, so Riley will be distracted in here for the battle with VCT, or Valiant. Or Vitality, sorry. Vitality in that process. But the distance that they have, I'm quite surprised that Vitality was able to make that damage, but as well as the position that they have a disadvantage of being chased by that blue zone. So Riley might be taking this opportunity to take them down the moment that they cross that line, and NRX 69 as well will be dropping in a bit. They took position in that compound earlier. When it's time to move, they will be the last one to get that place.
Yeah, Blue, beautiful shutdown. 13 kills so far. Make that 14. Bye-bye, Merc. Thank you for coming, says Blue, as he continues to rake up all of the points for his side. And now, MJ out for the spot. They know each and every one of those angles to always check. Once again, the game sense proving to be the best advantage that VAGABONDS Esports has against all of the other teams. But from such a crazy range, they spot out Yingzi as well. Yingzi won't be able to get away. Oh, the timing was just absolutely perfect. Fence saving Yingzi at the very final moment.
Yeah, Yato is once on the left-hand side, so he has his lower elevation, and that is one reason why Yingzi was spotted at there. But we'll have to see how well will the positioning as well as the coverage of the areas of the 360, I would say, will be done best by VAGABONDS Esports, because I think this is one of the advantage that they've taken so far, not really letting go of good positions. Just make sure that all angles will be taken in every approach that they have. But speaking of approach, we have Riley right now who have seen or probably sensed the presence of NRX 69 in this compound. The battle continues, and we'll see Yang will be taken down, and that is by the hands of Dovahkiin. And where is NRX 69 in this gameplay? They are still sitting and standing still, not spotted at all.
Dovahkiin. In terms of a performance as Riley Esports now all the way into a small compound. Dovahkiin, they abandon the house. They leave Riley inside and they chase the circle. Oh, what a move. Dovahkiin, Asta turning around, but hasta la vista. Asta, you are running out of time. And now the zone leaving him behind. Beautiful plays with the grappling hook. Dovahkiin finishes Riley Esports. What a punisher, Neptune.
That was a firing squad coming from Dovahkiin. FALDRUS right there. They know the timing, when to peel off, take advantage of that safe zone, and just left Riley in there running for their lives. Actually, running to their death, AJ, because there's no choice. If you back out, the safe zone will take you, or the blue zone will take you. If you move forward, the VK will take you out. And that is such great gameplay right now. Seldom that we've seen that awesome gameplay coming from a team, and even challenging Riley Esports in this battle.
Lukey from afar. Blue knocked down onto the ground. Not sure if or not he has got a team member to help him out. Yes, he does. Blue right back on his feet. And the undoing has just been equalized. And the players of Vagabonds Esports now, full squad once again. Paul, I love the positioning that he holds on to overall. He's got that bird's eye view. He can punish, but can he stay alive? He is at the edge of the circle. So when the circle starts moving on in once again, he will have to reposition. And that's going to be the death of him. So he needs to pick up all of the kills as much as he can, as quickly as possible. Blue continues to slay. Nash finds one. SIGRA gets away. And Vagabonds Esports doesn't add on to the 16 in terms of the kill count. No, I take that back. SIGRA has been shut down. Blue, what a chase. What a shutdown. And Vagabonds Esports continue to dominate in this final round.
Yeah, and Vagabonds Esports just checking all the rooms, checking all the corners. We've seen that. I mean, the back of that door usually is a hiding spot of anyone. And they're just going in, like sweeping this area, just like the feds right there, making sure that no one will be escaping their claws. And we are seeing Paul as well as Vitality Shy going in for that jump into the safe zone. But the NRX 420 has missed that opportunity to get that kill. Blink has been taken down into the process. And Derp right now is being chased, but no shot coming from either Reagan or Zeus in that fight. Missed opportunity by a lot of members of NRX 420. Only 4 to their name, but with 7 teams remaining, it might not look good for them because they need to get kills, eliminate teams who are in there to make sure that they have good placement and kill points as well.
Yeah, moved a little bit too late, but look at Nash getting super aggressive against the players of NRX 420. Meow still alive. Looks like the 9 lives that he lost earlier on has been refreshed into this final circle. It looks like all of these players are still alive and kicking. Ha ha ha! With the opportunity, high ground advantage, not taking advantage of. Oh, but SMR is taken down by Nash from out of nowhere. Meow down on the ground. Ha ha ha! Doesn't get that shot as the player plays that rewind to perfection. The timing is supreme. NRX 420 from the back. They've lost their captain, but they haven't lost their spirit nor their lives. Vagabond Esports in front of them. Shy out in the open. Not taken down and out of this equation just yet. 5 more teams left now in here in this circle. 2 more seconds to play with. Circle's gonna force everybody in for a close quarters combat here, Neptune.
Yep. Oh, Kuzma has been stuck in there. Might be a little bit too late for the brush, but with a snowboard, not that much on the movement. As Haha will be taken up by Nyx and NRX 420 will be spraying them.
Yeah.
And it is Pappy on the killing spree right now. And we'll have to see how well will they play this. Reagan right now taking out Nash into the process. And it's just a waiting game right here. No one has spotted that final member in NRX 420. Shy out. They take this win, and this is the time that they get back on track.
We talked about how day number 2 is the day that NRX 420 has to pick up and prove themselves, but no smiles on the faces of the boys who know that today was nowhere close to the dominance that they used to bring in the games and the competitions of the past. They themselves are disappointed. I understand the disappointment, but what we need to acknowledge is the performance of NRX 420 in day number 2 far outclasses their debut return on day number 1. So that's more than enough for me. 7 kills overall, but my attention is on one team, and that team is Vagabonds Esports. Once again, not picking up that number 1 spot, but Vagabonds Esports themselves. Fantastic play. 18 kills, and the 3rd placement. My oh my, this team still got it, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of aggression this time, not so much on the mid to late game. So I think we've mentioned that so many times already.
Yeah.
And they want to switch it up a little bit. But switch up is to the downfall of a lot of teams. We've seen Vagabonds Esports challenge EXP as well as Riley Esports. But good enough that Riley was able to get away from that fight, but unfortunate for Riley Esports, Dovahkiin was just putting out that high IQ gameplay and stop them on their heels.
And stopping them in terms of their pace as well as their aggression out there on the battlefield is quite commendable, Neptune. And of course, when we look at a performance from a team that we definitely wanted to see a little bit more from, Team Dow VITAS provides 8 kills, but the guy changed his name, but he seems to have lost a little bit of his firepower as well with the change of name. Hopefully, we can see more from him tomorrow. And a total of 9 kills here picked up by the one and only ARMAMENT RODZINA Esports. It's quite fantastic looking at the overall performance that they've managed to push into the competition so far. They have always been dominant when it comes to the kills, always struggling with the placement points. So picking up this 5th spot should help them climb up a little bit more and a little bit stronger. But Trace, Magnus, Yingzi providing the kills this time round for the team. 15 slays overall for the squad, with Alien being the only one that is left out of the group in terms of his slays out there on the battlefield. But 15 in the 6th spot is super crazy, man.
Yeah, I mean, imagine 10 kills coming from Yingzi in there, and I think Alien is the one starting it off with a Jackal, so it's no surprise that he's missing out on a lot of kills out there. Like, he's more of information gameplay that he is providing for this team, and he has been providing it very, very well, providing Yingzi with those information. And if I remember it correctly, Yingzi is a sniper of this team, so well, good on them. They are good placement for taking good position, as well as a good tactics to make sure that they spot enemy on their tracks. Dovahkiin, DVK right now in here on 7th spot, and this is a team who took out Riley Esports earlier with I mentioned that so many times already. The gameplay that they have, leaving them behind on that compound and then just walking with that safe zone, and that will be a, I would say, rookie mistake for a team just like Riley Esports, because you need to get the timing of the closing of the safe zone, and knowing on the phase that you are in, if I'm not mistaken, that was already the 4th phase, that will really hurt you. So with the time spent, you need to move fast and quickly. But speaking of quickly, Phoenix has lost their fire quickly in that game, so they're not that consistent anymore. And with the points that they gathered in here, it's looking like they might not be able to maintain that. But oh no, I take that back, because Riley Esports is in here on 10th spot. So Phoenix is still sitting pretty. Riley Esports will not be catching up that much onto the points, because 10th spot, no placement, plus 3 only for Caleb. So the movement won't be that much.
Yeah, Riley has to be a little disappointed with this round, but overall, they just need to figure out how can they very surely secure these points consistently round after round, right? Because the previous round was a phenomenal one out of Riley Esports, and we saw them undo the approach of VAGABONDS twice. But in this final round, VAGABONDS Esports, they switched up their strategy. They switched up the kind of positions that they hold on to, because once again, Blackout is not really the map that provides you with all of those high angle elevation that VAGABONDS usually abuses towards that final circle. And I feel like Riley just had lost their approach towards that final circle overall. Not so sure again who took them down. Totally forgot exactly who it was, but it doesn't really matter, because in terms of the engagement capability that Riley has shown us in the past, they are capable of so much more. So we just need to, or they need to figure out exactly how they can sort things out. But once again, man, Lukey and Display, the guy is phenomenal, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And well, if I remember correctly, the post game breakdown, Luki didn't do that much this time. That might have been the second to the last kill that he has taken. And but Luki from the previous round that we've seen, just doing phenomenal in those gameplays, just starting it off, starting the fight off early. And that is when VAGABONDS Esports decided to switch from the passive gameplay that they have to the aggressive that we are seeing right now. So this is one thing that I asked for, because the consistency that they have, will it be alternating? So I think this is the answer now I was looking for. No, it's not. When we want to be aggressive, we can do it all the way. And it's not about luck. It's not about anything else. We just planned this and they just put in execution.
Yeah, Meow this time was a little bit more on point with the angles as well as the aim. Overall, managing to do quite a bit for the team, except just wasn't able to step it up. You know, just being a overall burden towards the very end as the players turned around. But, you know, he has to just figure out exactly what his plays is going to be. But, of course, maybe the momentum kind of got shut down when he was requested to change his IGN. But hopefully we see more from him tomorrow. But NRX 420, to close out the day, they show us that they are ready for the battle and they are ready to make a good comeback. So this was a great closer for them, but you know, starting hot and ending hot isn't really what we look for in teams. We want that consistency, the kind of consistency that puts you up in that #1 spot, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And, well, we'll have to see if by tomorrow it will be a different story for NRX Philippians 420. But this time, I mean, taking this win really will bring them up. I believe they have already crossed over to the top 8, and it's a good momentum for them if they did. But if not, I mean, they need to work a little bit more, because a lot of teams, as we keep mentioning, as already smartened up, they will not be caught with the same mistakes over and over again. Well, not everyone, because we've seen a lot of them really stubborn on the drops. So hopefully they can change their ways as well. I'm talking about 13 as well as GGT. So either one of them can change a drop point, and hopefully it will provide them a different result later on. But AJ, before we go into the standings right now, with how NRX 420 are showing up, what do you think can be done by Riley Esports in here to challenge other teams? Because NRX 420's comeback might be a signal of Riley Esports also trying to.
Hello guys, NRX nyo pagod na. What's up, EA Tanda? Hello. Dito na lang ako tatambay, wala nag-aaway sa comment. True. I am inviting all of the community to jump into Paramount Gaming Esports, Colicx Gaming Esports watch party. And para walang tawag dito, walang toxic, di ba? Anyways.
And other teams, they are getting.
And big shout out to EA Tanda. Hello. Jenny, hello. Thank you very much for the like as well. Hopefully you're still here.
To be in the top 8, or else it's game over. The journey is done. So when you look at it from that context, Riley Esports has got nothing to worry about. NRX 420, they're tethering on the edge of elimination. But 6 rounds tomorrow, if they can not only bring in the kind of plays we've seen in those 2 winning rounds, but bring in those plays consistently, then we don't need to worry about their positioning all that too much. But Riley needs to focus on ENE Phoenix and figure out a way as to how can they outperform this team, man. Because just as so luck has it, on the round that ENE does not finish up strong, Riley bombs out as well.
Yeah, I mean, if I remembered correctly, that's 3 rounds already that Riley Esports is trying to catch up against ENE Phoenix. And every time, whether it's 10 points, 12, and this time 11 points, still no catching up for Riley Esports. And you asked that question, who took down Riley Esports? I think I saw it on the broadcast as well. It was DVK with that. They got stuck in that house and being taken by the safe zone. So that was a rookie mistake, really. And hopefully Riley Esports will be able to change it up next time. Probably not focusing so much on the kills and getting back into the placement point horse, wherein they got a lot more advantage, especially in the blackout map.
Yeah, how could I forget? How could I forget that epic play by DVK FALDRUS, right? I think Dovahkiin, they outperformed themselves. They surprised everyone with that fantastic play. And Riley Esports, they literally got suckered into a open house. And, you know, the rest of the players of DVK, they just hopped out of the window, man. Like some teenage boy getting caught by the girl's father, right? In the middle of the night. The guys were like, okay, let's bail now. Everybody was out of the window. They left Riley Esports high and dry, allowing the zone to tick away at their HP. And not just that, they turn around and they shut them down one after the other. The shots out of the guns from DVK FALDRUS kept Riley Esports inside of the house for the longest of time. And the player that was doing that, you know, he had the ninja skill on him as well. So to reposition at the very final moment and not allow that circle to take them down, that was one of the cleanest strategic plays we've seen at Garena Survivor so far. I'm absolutely in love with it. But, you know, all of those fancy plays and strategies, you know, might not serve DVK FALDRUS all that too well if that's all we're going to get out of them, right? We need to see a little bit more of a strategic approach towards that final circle. And I feel like where they stand overall in terms of placement points kind of paints that picture really well for us. They are good with the engagements. They know their gunfights, but they're not fighting that final circle. If you can find that final circle and then pop off, maybe your fate will change a little bit. But you know, it's not over just yet. Look at DVK FALDRUS, look at NRX 420, 68 points versus 53. One good, solid victory in these rounds of the final 6 matches could be the difference maker for DVK FALDRUS.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like we mentioned, it's only the first round of yesterday that they did well, and afterwards they just bomb out most of the time. And this time, this might be a good comeback for them. It might have been a little bit too late for the last round, but good motivation for them to think about things that they've done for today. But tomorrow will be yet a different day, and this will be the last chance of this group to jump in onto the top 8 spot and get their place on the grand finals, AJ.
Oh, yeah, man. And, you know, when we look at the final day of the semis for Group A, we are looking at, you know, multiple teams going out there, popping off like it's the final day they're going to be allowed to play Call of Duty Mobile. And that's exactly what we want to see, because if day 1 started off with the first day jitters, day 2 was fantastic in terms of teams just holding back and playing this strategically. Tomorrow is going to be yet another day of strategic plays. But for some of the teams that are on the right-hand side of the leaderboard, you're not going to see a lot of strategy there, brother. You are just going to see them bashing their heads up against the wall, fighting for every single point, but hopefully they don't lose some of the tactical plays, right? Because it's tactics that get you forward. Yes, your mechanical skills can help you out, but like from all of those rounds that we've seen in here today, some of the examples that some of those teams have proven, you can get super aggressive at the start of the matchup and be punished overall and not pick up any placement points at all, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And for the last time, really excited on who are the teams who can feel the pressure and also pull out all those adrenaline in this game. I'm expecting those on the last quarter of our lineup because there's nothing to lose really in this fight. But there's a lot more that we can talk to about that game. But this game is over. This day is over. Day number 2. We are getting close to the end of just the first half of the semifinals. And I'm really excited on how this will end and also to introduce the next group, because this will build the story towards this legacy-themed Garena Survivors, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, in terms of setting your legacy, you gotta really prove yourself within the semis before you get onto the grand finals. But some of the teams that are a little bit more proficient on getting there without too much of a effort being put in, they don't break a sweat, right? I mean, you look at VAGABONDS Esports, they barely break a sweat in terms of slaying out there the battlefield. And they know the weakness of the placement points, which is not all that too much, and therefore they focus on the aggressive kills. They've got the mechanical capability to pull off those plays, but not every single team is like that. And hopefully that is acknowledged across the board as we head into the final day. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you so much for your participation in the comment section. I feel like the comment section has just exploded in here today. Thank you so much for your reactions. If you haven't dropped that like just yet, please do so. Please share the stream as well so that others who have not caught on to it can watch the replay a little bit later on your walls.
Yeah, and that we end this day with a bang. Tomorrow will be yet another day of the Garena Survivors. I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia. Together with me is the Mustachio AJ. We bid you good night and goodbye.